here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Eniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, "The Federal Indictment of Donald Trump is not the end, but only the end of the beginning." The federal indictment of Donald Trump is a positive event for anyone who cares about national security. We have many enemies in the world. Anyone who feels that we should not care about national security needs to study history and read the papers. But there are some people, like Trump, who simply do not care about national security. Not only does he want our democratic government to fail, he wants our national security to fail too. Just as January 6th showed us who he is, so does Mar-a-Lago. He cares only to protect himself from those who would hold him accountable. Trump is already criticizing the DOJ and the law enforcement agencies that have been investigating him. Surely everyone should by now be tired of his whining, his ongoing claims that anyone who investigates him is involved in a witch hunt. Poor Trump, the eternal victim. This is truly ridiculous when you consider the thousands of suits and bad acts he has been famous for, and the 2 impeachments and exposés while in office and since. You could see what happened on January 6th with your own eyes. Yet tens of millions of people still believe Trump's claims. We can only hope that that crowd is diminishing, but many Republicans in Congress are still defending him. Will they continue to defend him when he is indicted in Georgia or for the insurrection? when he is convicted? Not clear. We know that Trump in his arrogance never admits to anything, that he always doubles down and attacks his accusers. He will undoubtedly do that here. Regrettably, Aileen Cannon, appointed by Trump, is the federal judge assigned to the case. She will presumptively be the motions and trial judge. If you are hoping that she will have a change of heart from the awful rulings she made for Trump in the early days of the case, or that she will see that her duty is to the law rather than Trump, think again. Jack Smith has to be prepared for this and must find a way to have her recuse herself, or be removed, or reversed on appeal. As before, Trump will try to motivate his followers to violence. We will see if that happens when he goes to court. But whatever happens on the street, Trump will continue his machinations, just as he has done over his many years in court, with revolving lawyers and attempts to confuse the media and the public, and to influence, suborn, or intimidate witnesses, jurors, even judges and prosecutors, although Jack Smith is not likely to let that happen. These machinations would include a parade of shameless lies by Trump, his lawyers, and his witnesses, ridiculous positions, frivolous motions, and meritless appeals at every turn, slow-balling the case in hopes of stalling a result until after the election, and if elected, giving pardons to himself and his co-conspirators, and of course continuing to undermine our democracy, our Constitution, our rule of law, and our national security. Lord save us. Hopefully, our institutions will prevail, but there is no guarantee. The only guarantee is that Trump will, quote, fight like hell, with a kitbag of lawless maneuvers. He remains a monster, and his base remains a monstrosity. These proceedings do not seem to embarrass or deflect him, but rather to make his followers more devoted, more supportive, and more irrational. So don't think that this indictment is the end of it. More likely, it's only the end of the beginning, and we have yet to see the greatest, most outrageous reality show of all. Hang on to your hats and let nothing surprise you. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Here are some general reasons why someone might choose to support a local online news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii. 1. It promotes local journalism. By supporting a local news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii, you can help ensure that there is a diverse range of voices covering news and events in your community. This can help to promote a healthy and thriving news ecosystem, which is essential for a well-informed citizenry. 2. It provides access to relevant news and information. Online news sources like ThinkTech Hawaii can provide access to news and information that may not be covered by traditional mainstream media outlets. This can include local issues, events, and perspectives that are relevant to your community. 3. It supports independent media. As a nonprofit independent media outlet, ThinkTech Hawaii is not beholden to the interests of corporate owners or advertisers. Instead, it can focus on delivering high-quality news and information to its audience without any conflicts of interest. 4. It helps to hold power accountable. By providing in-depth coverage of local politics, business, and other power centers, ThinkTech Hawaii can play a valuable role in holding those in positions of authority accountable for their actions. This can help to promote transparency and accountability, which are essential for a functioning democracy. 5. It promotes civic engagement. Finally, by supporting an online news provider like ThinkTech Hawaii, you can help to promote civic engagement and participation in your community. When people are well informed about the issues that affect them, they are more likely to participate in civic life and make informed decisions about the future.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling the case for disqualification. There are 1 million lawyers in the country. All of them have studied constitutional law, and all are familiar with Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which provides that someone who is engaged in an insurrection cannot hold federal or state office. And all of us are familiar with the insurrection of January 6th. Although there may be more grotesque things under the hood, we all saw Trump initiate that insurrection in public with our own eyes. Section 3 has been discussed for more than 2 years now, but there has been no federal suit seeking to disqualify Trump under that section. Even Jack Smith's January 6th indictment does not include an insurrection charge. We seem locked in the headlights on this issue. At the very least, we all know that Trump called for the insurrection that took place. That is what the plain language of Section 3 is all about. Do we now need a criminal investigation, prosecution, trial, and conviction to implement Section 3? The section doesn't call for that. Nor does it say that Congress must pass a bill. It just says Trump is disqualified, period. So what do we need to do to confirm what we all know? Trump engaged in an insurrection and cannot hold office again. God help us if he does. We already know what he would do. And yet here we are in a daily media roller coaster following the machinations of his campaign. Like sheep, we seem to acknowledge that he is implicitly a legitimate and qualified candidate. But he is not a qualified candidate. He is absolutely barred by Section 3. What about a civil proceeding in the federal court, where a judge sitting alone would entertain and grant a motion declaring that Trump engaged in an insurrection and is not qualified to run? It would be civil, not criminal, and presumably uncomplicated. And what about the same approach in some state courts, which are also subject to Section 3? Why can't some lawyer make that motion? Is there no one who can do this? To go further, why can't a Secretary of State or an election official or possibly the Attorney General of a given state make a simple determination that Trump cannot be on the ballot in that state? Anyone listening? Now is the time, isn't it? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Speaking of money, how about the $20 you owe me?
Oh, yeah? Well, I only got 10, so here's 10, I owe you 10.
Thanks.
Hey, Mo, you owe me 20.
Well, here's 10, and I'll owe you 10.
You owe me 20.
Here's 10, I owe you 10.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Here's the 10 I owe you.
Good, now we're all even.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. The burning of the Reichstag in 1933 gave Hitler a path to power. He did it and got away with it. Fast forward to now. Did the January 6th insurrection fail? No, actually it succeeded. Trump's army came together, largely because he asked them to. The conspiracy was not so much to stop the count as it was a real, actual, and unmistakable coup attempt to overthrow our government. The TV footage are indelibly stamped on our minds and memories, an open, armed, hostile, and lethal breach of our capital, the center and sanctum of our democracy. The undeniable thing about it is that it was a traumatic inflection in the history of our precious republic. It was our burning of the Reichstag, one that can never be walked back. Will it happen again? Yes, but not in the same way. When will it happen? Some say it's happening right now. It won't be limited to the Capitol or Washington, it could be elsewhere or in many places. It is not as likely to be violent, at least at first, although Trump's powerful dog whistle calls are still with us, just like the possibility of nuclear war in Europe is with us. You raise the fear of extraordinary danger, and it sticks. We worry, we are intimidated, traumatized, we are the deer in the headlights. For the moment, the resurrected insurrection has a kind of legal imprimatur, but still built on hate and divisiveness. Is that less of an insurrection? If you do all these things to destroy the country on Election Day, you don't need to repeat January 6th. If you thought the hanging chads created confusion, wait till you see the litigation of all those close races in November. Many Trumpers say we're in a civil war right now. They're really saying the insurrection is still going on, and thus the attempts at a coup are still ongoing. The damage Trump has done to the country is incalculable and probably permanent. Look around. The insurrection has had and is having a huge effect on every aspect of our society, our perception of ourselves and who we are, and the world's perception, too. Can you really say it isn't still happening? Can you say it isn't having the very same Reichstag burning effect that Trump and his co-conspirators have sought to achieve? Think again. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Let's keep it real. A vaccine is not a cure. It's effective, but not 100%. So what is it? It's your best shot to protect yourself from getting COVID-19, or from getting seriously sick if you do, especially if you get a booster too. And big bonus, if enough people get vaccinated, it could prevent another nasty new variant from ruining everything. Again.
No.
Get honest info at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
What makes essential workers essential?
We build safe roads for you to drive on.
We harvest fresh produce for your families to eat.
We help you heal when you're sick.
We get you where you need to go.
We keep where you work and live clean and safe.
We make sure you get what you need to make your household work.
You're the essential workers who help our nation run. You're in every city, town, and corner of our country, and you come from all over the globe. And you have essential protections under the law. I'm Marty Walsh. The Wage and Hour Division at the Department of Labor helps ensure you receive the essential protections you deserve. If you have questions about your pay or about your job protection during an illness, visit our website or call 866-4US-WAGE. That's 866-487-9243. We can provide help in more than 200 languages.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Labor.
Usually someone's calling to complain about kids playing basketball in the street. You believe that? Yeah. I don't know who called, but obviously I ain't got no problem with it. Hey. That's a nice hoop. Oh yeah? I ain't real good at it. Obviously I have no problem with you playing basketball in the street, just if you can. Sorry, just try not to be too loud. You know what I mean? You're pretty sure you can take these guys, right? I've got some other backup for you.
From the same neighborhood y'all from. I grew up just like this, so only you can change this. And you can change it through basketball and showing respect to your peers like you did. And I'm a man of my word. But listen, don't ever take money from another stranger, you understand? I'm telling you the secrets that can change your life. You know how much money I made? $700 million. You know how I made that? Respecting my peers, listen to my mommy and daddy, and focusing in school. That's all you gotta do. All right? Proud of you guys. Stay out of trouble. Be a leader, not a follower. All right, repeat after me. I will become louder, man. I will become whatever I want to be. I will be a leader and not a follower. I will respect my peers, my elders, and especially my parents. All right, love you guys.
In recent history, skateboarding has become a pop culture phenomenon. You see it in everything from TV advertisements to fashion shows, and for the first time ever, in the 2020 Summer Olympics. But skateboarding hasn't always had the mass appeal you see today. Sometime in the late 1940s or early 1950s, skateboarding was born out of the boredom of surfers when the waves were no good. They would remove the wheels from roller skates and attach them to pieces of wood to create a skateboard. By the 1960s, skateboarding's popularity had grown with the rise of surf culture. Contests were held all over, and the first sponsored skateboarders were beginning to emerge. However, the popularity of skating in the 60s dropped just as fast as it rose. The 1970s brought along one of the most important changes for the skateboarding world, the advent of the urethane wheel, which allowed skaters to ride faster and over rougher types of ground than ever before. In 1976, a horrible drought in Southern California forced most homeowners with backyard swimming pools to drain them, giving way to the birthplace of pool skating. This was the first major shift in how people rode their skateboards. No longer were they limited to the abysmal flat grounds of parking lots and sidewalks. The 1980s were a time of renaissance in skateboarding. People were constantly inventing new tricks, pros were earning unheard of amounts of money, and skateboarder-owned companies were thriving. The favorable terrain for most of this era was vert, and even though there was a high level of progression occurring, to the untrained eye, skateboarding had gone stale and the popularity once again fell flat. This lull in skateboarding led to the introduction of street skating, which brings us into the 1990s. Skating during this era was at its most raw. Skaters took to the streets to find new terrain, abandoning traditional skate parks for something that felt more natural and could be done anywhere by anyone. This meant skating things that occur almost anywhere, like sets of stairs, handrails, benches, curbs, and just about anywhere four wheels can roll. From there, skateboarding has been on a non-stop uphill climb to what it is today. At its core, skateboarding has traditionally been for the underdogs, the outcasts, the misfits, and in result, has been thought of negatively by a large majority of outsiders for most of its existence. But now, with generations of young adults who grew up with skateboarding and the exposure
Hello, everybody. I'm Mark Coleman, co-host of today's episode of Talking Tax. I hope you're having a great day. I hope we have a good show here for you. My co-host, really the main man here, is Tom Yamachika, president of the Tax Foundation of Hawaii. And we do have a special guest here today, Paul Brubaker, economist with TZ Economics, and it's a private consulting firm. And we're going to talk today about monster homes, or really some bills that would be applied to monster homes to try to pluralize them and keep them in line to the extent that they are being built. In particular, we're gonna riff off of a column that Tom wrote last week, published in newspapers throughout the state and also on the Tax Foundation website, titled "Aiming a Sledgehammer at Monster Homes," and he was talking in particular about Bill 52. Which is being considered by the Honolulu City Council, that seeks to increase the daily fine for violations of the bill of zoning codes that sort of enable the monster homes from $250 a day up to $25,000 a day. And if I understood what Tom was writing correctly, I think he thought that the fine. He didn't seem to be disputing the fine, but more rather that it could be aimed at things that have nothing to do, homes that have nothing to do with being monster homes. Is that right, Tom?
Well, let's first talk about what exactly is a monster home. What are these things that we are irked about? One developer has attempted to define a monster home as large houses built in land zoned for single family homes tend to take up more than 75% of the lot space and can have as many as 20 plus bedrooms. And this is built in a residential district. Actually, we have a picture of one. And here we go. This is a cartoon that was penned for the Grassroots Institute, which Mark is from, and by local cartoonist Dave Swan. So that's what a monster home looks like, and you see some of these in like Kaimakee and Kalihi and a few other places around town. Neighbors tend to be irritated, to say the least, because if they had a view before, they don't have one now. I think when they moved in, they weren't thinking that there's going to be a hotel next to them or something similar.
Yeah, in defense of that cartoon, that was an exaggeration of what a monster home really looks like. That was almost like a small apartment building, and the which is a little more extreme than, but I guess to the neighbor, it might look like that in their mind. They're pretty huge, as far as close to the lot line as they can go. And I think in your column, you had a 3-story home that went along with the article that you wrote. And it's true, they're around the neighborhoods, they're quite large and out of keeping with the traditional look in most neighborhoods. Although we could talk about that a little bit too, whether that's reasonable to assume that neighborhoods are museums that should never change, So anyway, continue, sir.
Okay, so the question is, okay, given that we think monster homes are a problem, what do we do about it? And one approach that was kind of embodied in Bill 52 in our current city council year was it drastically tinkered with the fines for building something that's out of code. The current maximum penalty in the ordinance is $250 per day of violation with a maximum of $2,000. And DPP, the Department of Planning and Permitting, says, with I think some justification, that amount is far too small to be an effective deterrent. So they said, okay, so here's what we're going to do. Instead of this $250 thing, we're going to add a couple zeros. So the initial fine is going to be $25,000 plus $10,000 per day with no upper limit. But the thing that concerned me was what triggers the enhanced fine is that any violation of the development standards in a particular ordinance which relates to maximum height setbacks, maximum floor area ratio, maximum number of wet bars, maximum laundry rooms, maximum bathrooms, minimum sizes of yards, among other things. So, yes, a monster home would violate 1, 2, maybe several of those, but the same fine structure can be applied to something that violates only one of them, and by a little amount. Like if for example, if the yard is a little bit too small, and somebody calculates the yard size after everything's built, which may or may not be, what was planned for, and the yard's a little bit too small, so wham, big fines come down. Is that what we're trying to do here?
Well, I think there's one more problem with that, Bill. In looking at it, there's also there's also a category. There's also a section that says that inspectors should be allowed to come around for 2 years, anytime during 2 years after the permit is authorized, to inspect to make sure that there's been no deviation. And the bill itself talks about giving reasonable notice. And I thought, okay, well, reasonable notice, I suppose that's okay. Maybe not. Maybe even that's not adequate. But Building Industry Association submitted testimony saying, no, it should be unannounced visits. And I thought, my goodness, all right, now we're talking about something else that's possibly unconstitutional. I say unconstitutional because the $25,000 initial fine that you mentioned and $10,000 a day could be violating you could construe it as being violating the excessive fines clause of the Constitution, whereby the penalty has to bear some proportional relationship to the violation. The penalty has to bear a relationship to the violation. So, I mean, is it really worth $10,000 a day plus the $25,000 to impose these fines? I have a problem with that right there. What do you think? Do you think the amount's too large? You don't seem to be arguing that the amount is too large. You're just worried that it's a materiality factor that you talked about in your article.
Well, yeah, and let's get Paul's take on this as well, since he was nice enough to join us today for our discussion. The the tack that I took in my article is, you need some kind of materiality threshold before you can start, whacking the advanced fines in there, because really the bill as written doesn't work as advertised. What do you think, Paul?
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of legalese, which I understand is important because we're talking about ordinances and enforcement and so on. And, the lawyers have to help us write the language down so that it makes the kind of sense that we intend when we change the rules of the game. And so, these notions of materiality and cruel and unusual punishment, are important to codify. I tend, as an economist, right, I kind of tend to step back and think of these things in the abstract. So, for example, the question of, is the amount right? $25,000, the median single-family home price on Oahu is $1.2 million. If you're actually talking about a single-family house, 20 bedrooms is an apartment. So, maybe, and that's why this discussion even is occurring. But even more abstractly than that, there's this tension, right, between enforcement and inducement. What we want to see, the community wants to see, is a pattern of urbanization, and that includes urban redevelopment. To go to Mark's allusion earlier, right? Cities change. A pattern of urban development and redevelopment that, fits in some sense within the confines of the community's sense of itself and its evolution. I mean, doesn't go too far, but as Mark said, it doesn't relegate every neighborhood to being a museum. And then how you get there. As an old, I'm a recovering commercial bank economist, as they say. So in the banking industry, where you see these kinds of problems, they're called information asymmetry problems, right? Somebody has to drive by your house. If somebody has to preserve the right to drive by your house over a 2-year period, it's because they don't actually know what's going on. You know what's going on. They don't. The way those kinds of problems are solved, for example, in mortgage lending, right, is that you have to, we try not to select adversely from the pool of borrowers. In this case, try not to select adversely from the pool of contractors or home builders, right? Get reputable people, admit reputable people. And then on the other side, mitigating morally hazardous behavior, people who, once they're given permission to build, go off and build something that is materially not, within the boundaries of the guidance that the city gives. And in loan covenants, for example, there are requirements for monitoring and so on. Or if you're in a business credit relationship with a financial institution, they want to see your financial statements and so on. So this tension between enforcement on the one hand and inducement goes to the heart of this matter. As I see these monster homes popping up, and they're apartment buildings, so let's just be clear about that. You don't have to make it any more complicated than that. Building an apartment building where a place that's zoned for single-family detached dwellings can't possibly be legal. But at the same time, we don't have the resources to go out and enforce everything, although it seems to be a drone could fly by the house once every 2 years and not have to deploy human resources. So
okay, so let's kind of go back and kind of get at what you said, and that is, do we have a structure within the current law that is adequate to take care of the perceived problem, and that is monster homes don't belong in a residential neighborhood, and I think the solution that you're thinking is appropriate, which I kind of agree with, is, well, reclassify the damn things as apartments, and then proceed against the builder or the contractor, whoever, on that theory, i.e., you're allowed to build a residential home. You're not allowed to build an apartment, but an apartment's what you built.
Yeah, it's two things really. On the one hand, the city needs to be positioning the community in a forward-looking way, relying on community input for sure, but identifying where it can grow, where densification is admissible, because density is proximity and proximity is mobility. I mean, it's just the way cities evolve. But at the flip side is the enforcement question, right? You want the enforcement to be credible so that you don't actually have to go to the trouble of enforcing. And I have no particular, insight into what the right, is it $25,000 adjusted for, appreciation of single family homes, or what do $25,000 30 years ago is not the same thing as $25,000 today, that kind of thing. So, but between credible enforcement, but also a path forward where the city allows densification, allows greater urban density, and people know where that's going to be, where the developers know where they should be focusing their attention rather than trying to get away with it in neighborhoods where it's inappropriate.
So that sounds more like a zoning discussion.
Yeah, in a sense, I think that's exactly the problem, or the core issue. What we have here is a potentially bad law that is trying to fix the results of earlier bad laws, and rather than going back to the original bad laws, which locked in single-family neighborhoods to a certain kind of a home regime, like liberalizing zoning, reducing minimum lot sizes, reducing parking minimums, increasing setbacks, whatever.
You see these jurisdictions now in California, for example, which basically Hawaii follows California when it comes to zoning and housing regulation. You see these jurisdictions where they've just banned single-family zoning.
Yeah,
it's just we're not going to allow it anymore.
They've lifted it all, and now you can build duplexes and
I don't know about your neighborhood, but in my neighborhood, before we had illegal ohana units, and now we have legal accessory dwelling units. We just changed their name, but people pop up a second floor and they build an ohana unit in the back for Tutu, and eventually Tutu's not going to be with us. And then what do you do with the accessory dwelling unit? You rent it to your son or daughter's classmate who's graduated and starting out a new career.
Right. And I think
that's the normal way cities evolve.
I think that applies to the so-called monster homes as well. I think most of them, correct me if I'm wrong. I tried to find some figures before this show about, I don't know that anyone's keeping track really of how many monster homes there really are and how many violations have there been, how many people are living in these homes. We have a housing crisis. People need places to live. If you just go by, I got the numbers on about 4 homes, and that was about well over 20, 30, 40 people, 20, 25. I don't have the numbers. Where are they? Anyway, we're probably looking at least hundreds of people that have a place to live now, probably mostly single folks, but also maybe small families. And I assume they're mostly all rentals. So they are, it's a place where your older son can move into when he moves out of the house. They're affordable. They don't have parking necessarily, or some of the other amenities like garages. They don't even have garages, most of them. But anyway, my point was that these are being built mostly legally. They're following the building codes, and that's why they exist. Their plans,
no harm, no foul, if that's the case, right?
Their plans were approved, and it's sort of like the case against short-term rentals. We're trying to pass overly broad laws that affect just a few people that are abusing, the short-term rental.
Well, this brings us back to Tom's original point: was you have to be careful about changing the law in a way in which spills over and bleeds outside the territory, the zone we originally intended the enforcement to have an impact, and doesn't catch up other property owners with 1 or 2 minor infractions.
Well, in the homes that are being built due to, so there's actually another bill before the council right now, Bill 44. And that bill, you might have heard about it, seeks to penalize people who make false statements to city officials. And it doesn't say which city officials, and it includes verbal, written, everything. Anything on your document, anything you might say to the clerk at the window, and whatever.
Well, I mean, that's something I would certainly support. I mean, you don't go around trying to get a building permit by lying to the city official.
Well, yeah,
How's
or giving
that not
them
obvious?
fake
Yeah.
plans.
Well, yes, of course. If you're lying on your permit, but then there's the issue of like knowingly lying versus unintentionally quote lying, and also what is a city official? What are you supposed to be under oath every time you? That's actually a constitutional issue at the federal level where people get indicted and convicted for lying to an FBI agent when they're not really even under oath. So when does it matter that you're under oath or you're not? But if you're filling out a document for the government about, your house is going to be this large, and then you build something much larger, yeah, I think that's actionable, no doubt. But
still, where our focus is on suppression of bad behavior, which is not necessarily a bad thing for society to do.
Right.
Whereas the market is clearly saying there's not enough housing, and this is how people are doing whatever they can do to get it. So maybe we ought to work equally on this question of how do we make it possible, right? How do we enforce the rules against doing things with untoward outcomes while at the same time making it possible? So let me give you a statistic. At the time of statehood, 60% of households in Hawaii were married families with children, right? Who lived in a single family home in the suburbs. Today, it's 20%, 60%, 20%. And the number of households comprising individuals living by themselves at the time of statehood was 1/8 of the population. Today, it's 1/4. 1/4 of the population comprises people who live on their own, and they're not all young. Many are old. The point is the whole structure of society changed, which require people, half of all marriages end in divorce, right? There's more, even if the population hadn't changed, there's a greater need for housing. But of course, the population grew. So on the one hand, we're not solving the problem of housing shortfall. We need to do that while we solve the problem, preempting the bad outcomes. Well, there's got to be a way down the middle where we solve the housing problem and get exactly what it is we're trying to achieve.
Well, Tom, in addition to wanting to have greater fines for these homes, a few people anyway, Denby Fawcett and Civil Beat wrote a column to this effect, and there was some testimony before the council that demolition is really what they should be doing. If a home is in gross violation of the law, they ought to tear it down. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, you talk about excessive fines or punishments. Having somebody's house torn down and making them homeless by definition, that's kind of a severe penalty, I think, and you really should have some very good cause before you can let government do that, I think.
Well, yeah. I remember they tried to shave the top off of that Buddhist temple in the back of Palolo Valley. I don't know. I don't remember what happened to that. But in the Jen B. Fawcett article, there was a clipping from back in when John Whalen was the DPP guy, Department of Planning and Permitting. I think that was his title. Anyway, he made a big show for the media about how they were actually going to tear down some property in Kahala or somewhere like that had exceeded building permit codes. But yeah, I think that would probably be going too far unless they do it before the people move in. But I still think probably modification would be in order if you're going to go to all that trouble to build something that's you could renovate and still have around, for people to live in. But to the extent that a home meets the code, do we really have a problem? I know in a lot, if you go through some neighborhoods like Kaimaki, for example, you'll see all the older homes from the 20s and 30s and 40s that were it's all single family neighborhood, but they were 1-story homes, generally smaller, 2-bedroom, maybe 3. And, they were really nice, double wall construction. But then in the 60s, they started coming up with the single wall homes, and they all started going 2 stories. Now, I would imagine back in those days, those were considered monster homes. They looked awful. And if you lived right next to one, suddenly your view's gone. And there's more people living next door. I don't know how many, if that was really, they weren't turning them into apartment buildings. But anyway, they might have offended the sensibility, but they were legal. So the neighborhoods have evolved to now you have a lot of 2-story homes in these neighborhoods. Now these so-called monster homes, if they're conforming to code, it seems to me that it's just something people got to learn to live with. Although, like Paul said, it's clearly a manifestation of of the ultimate problem, which is we don't have enough homes. And if those weren't being now going back, there's another bill called Bill 7 that presumably they did get passed into law, and it allowed some form of small apartment buildings in neighborhoods. There was a lot of opposition to that. We don't want neighborhoods in our communities. We don't want apartment buildings in our neighborhoods, which is actually a quote from some guy in some neighborhood that I saw. And then they did a study a few years later. Well, how many apartment buildings have been built? And it turned out none had been built. And why? Well, because it's too damn difficult, pardon me, to build a home in Hawaii. It's just really, really hard to build housing in Hawaii. And we're kind of paying the fruits of, we're kind of, paying the piper for what we caused many years ago with this locking it into single family housing. I think that's the ultimate solution here.
So it looks like we have, many different levels of problems that we're trying to attack here. We have, the greater problem of what do we do about housing generally. Okay, we have urban planning, which is, what kind of houses, if any, and where do you allow them? Which raises questions about the adequacy of our zoning laws and whether we should be putting in new classifications or changing the requirements of the classifications that we now have to better align with the times, perhaps. And then what then happens when people try to take the law into their own hands and either lie to DPP or get an approved plans and have something built that's way different from the approved plans,
right?
Which also happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this, as I said earlier, that there's a fundamental tension between the issue that brings us together, which is how do we get a credible threat of enforcement in place without having it spill over and catch up people. The rules weren't intended to snag, while at the same time enabling the city to grow. Cities grow, except when they don't, when they go into decline. You pick which one you want.
Well, the other trend right now is adaptive reuse, which would free up the downtown areas, the old office buildings that are no longer occupied. Those could be converted to residential, and those are that's another, and mixed use. We could have greater mixed.
Yeah, what happened to mixed use? I mean, what happened to the Simon Noodle Shop on the ground floor and the apartment upstairs? I mean, why is that illegal? I don't understand that.
So it's really frustrating that we have to talk about the bad law, potential problems with laws that are intended to fix legitimate problems, but ultimately, I think it's a bigger story. Tom, last comments.
Well, we have lots of interesting issues around housing. We're trying to kind of evaluate the laws that are being brought up by our legislative body to see what the problems are in these proposed bits of legislation, and I think the thoughts that were expressed in today's show really, I think, should be some food for thought for lawmakers on how they should be looking to aim and craft legislation certainly the bill that we were talking about, Bill 52, that's as drafted by DPP doesn't do it, and they need a different approach. And we've talked today about the different kinds of approaches that may be available, legislatively.
Paul, I know we're kind of running short on time here. What last word from you?
As Tom said, I think we need to be careful how we write the laws. But my sense of the balance is that where we've gone off track is by not allowing enough urban development to evolve in its own sort of organic manner.
Meet demand. Well, thank you very much. And I forgot to mention that you're a proud graduate of Mount Willie Elementary School. Yeah. So anyway, on that happy note, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in today. We'll be back in a couple weeks, with more exciting conversation on Talking Tax with Tom Yamachika and myself, Mark Coleman. Aloha. Thank you, Tom. Aloha. Thank you,
Tom, Mark.
Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come, After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Make No Mistake, the Government is Not Functioning. Mitch McConnell never did allow the appointment of Merrick Garland to come to the floor of the Senate, so Garland was never confirmed for the Supreme Court. What's wrong with this picture? That's not what's supposed to happen. Is McConnell less politicized today? The GOP members of Congress are in lockstep to stop everything that Joe Biden wants to do, even if it is clearly good for the country. There are very few exceptions. What's wrong with this picture? As a result, Congress can't get anything done and is not addressing any of the issues facing the country. Soon enough there will be another struggle on federal funding, and the GOP members of Congress will refuse to fund the government unless the Democrats give them what they want. This is not the way it's supposed to work, and it will make the U.S. a laughingstock, again. Our unfavorite Senator Tommy Tuberville is still holding up confirmation of hundreds of military promotions until he gets what the GOP wants. That's not the way it's supposed to work. In the meantime, Tuberville is undermining our national defense, destroying morale, and setting a really bad precedent. The GOP members of Congress are not funding the Internal Revenue Service. This is also not the way it's supposed to work. It's undermining the ability of the federal government to collect taxes, especially due from the wealthy, and thus the ability of the federal government to function in general. The Supreme Court is a train wreck. It is completely politicized and inexcusably corrupted. The conservative majority does not care about the welfare of the people or the country, and as a result the people and the country no longer trust the court or the federal judiciary. Trump did his level best to handicap the federal agencies in order to aggrandize his power, including the national intelligence, public health, and law enforcement agencies. For reasons not clear, Joe Biden has not been able to restore competent management and public confidence in a number of these agencies. While Joe Biden speaks of democracy and the rule of law, he is not strong enough to deal with the challenges of managing this non-functional government. This is not likely to change before Election Day, and Biden's inability to deal with these things will seriously undermine his campaign. The Republicans are therefore likely to get what they want, governmental chaos. Trump will use that to his benefit, and so will his followers, indictments or not. The people and the country, of course, will be at an increasing risk of national collapse. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on, say, one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred, or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money in the disregard of public safety, brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change, or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course, the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine, like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Welcome back to ThinkTech. This is Keeping the World Company. I'm Jay Fidell, and the handsome young man is Tim Apicella. Welcome, Tim.
Good morning, Jay. Thank you for that compliment.
We're going to talk about Congress and Ukraine. You know, and it's been sort of peeking out the edges that the Republicans don't like to support Ukraine. A little something here, a little something there, and after a while, you get the idea that there's a kind of movement in Congress to not support Ukraine. Although Heather Cox Richardson said it was strong views to support Ukraine, I'm not so sure about that because it keeps popping its little head out. And it certainly popped head out when they had the continuing resolution a couple of days ago to fund the government. And there were people apparently on both sides of the aisle that worked to exclude aid to Ukraine from that continuing resolution, which I thought was also an indication as there were an increasing number of people in Congress, especially the House, that don't want to support Ukraine. So my question to you is, my first question, there are many questions, but why is it important that we support Ukraine? Maybe they're right.
No, they're not right. No, it's critical that we support Ukraine. I mean, you just have to be a student of history to know that you have an unchecked dictator that has desires to land grab. And in the case of Putin, he's the reincarnation of Peter the Great, and he has great desires to reclaim all the Russian satellite states in Eastern Europe to be once again the great Soviet Union, but not call it the Soviet Union. So just know your history that dictators, if they go unchecked, and there's a movement of being passive or try to work with the devil, so to speak, it doesn't go well. Chamberlain comes to mind. The Prime Minister for England tried to be passive and work with Hitler. Well, look what that got him. All right, so I don't think Putin's any different than a Hitler. And it's paramount that we put Putin back in its box from the start. Had that been done to Hitler on his move to Austria, or certainly the Blitzkrieg invasion of Poland, if we had put them in a box and contained them right then and there, maybe we could avoid, a whole world war. And I think Ukraine has that recipe in the pot as a possibility that if Ukraine is lost, all the other states that surround Ukraine will be lost. And I think that we then get into World War III with the potential United Nations Article 5, where one for all and all for one has to take place. And Poland would probably be the next target for Putin. So
you mean NATO, Article 5 for NATO?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I meant. So it's critical that we pay the money now, because you could pay the money now, and right now it's about $70 billion, or you get paid quadruple, 5 times, 10 times that amount when Putin has gathered strength and has taken over several countries in Europe. And now what do we do to extract them?
Yeah, what do we do to keep American boots off the ground, too? That's part of it. That's part of a war. The other thing is, I wanted to ask you, instead of oblique on the first question, is, why is it important that the United States support Ukraine? I mean, can't those people in Europe support Ukraine, EU and NATO?
Well, contrary to Donald Trump, we need to be engaged in world politics, world economy. It's a smaller world now, and isolationism is a thing of the past, or it should have been. We should have learned our lessons in World War I and World War II that you just can't, hide in the corner and pretend things are going to go well. You have to intercede proactively, and I think United Nations is part of that, and the EU is our economic cooperation with the EU, and certainly with NATO. We have to be engaged in the world events. And Trump would have us do otherwise. And guess what? It won't go well for us. And we'll be in a major world conflict if we decide to sit back and twiddle our thumbs.
You mentioned Trump a couple of times here. How much is he involved in this devolution of Congress against Ukraine? Is he running the show on that issue?
Well, he's the Pied Piper of the MAGA movement, is he not? It's not a matter of policy with the MAGA. And of course, that spills over into the normal GOP, which I used to call the normal GOP, or the non-MAGA GOP. He's the Pied Piper. Whatever Donald wants goes. Whether there's any rationality or not is not the issue. Donald is the cult leader of the MAGA movement, and whatever he says goes. And whether it's a horrible policy idea or not is irrelevant. Donald Trump is set on causing chaos in the world. And certainly Ukraine is on his list of countries not to support. Why? Because, quite frankly, he really wants Putin to succeed. He loves Putin. He really does. And if the GOP can't see that, and they're just falling like lemons behind him, and now are Putin supporters, and they're opposed to helping Ukraine, what does that say about their patriotism to democracy, world democracy, and keeping Europe free of tyranny and dictatorships?
Yeah, I remember there was a really strange moment where Trump, not too long ago, where Trump said, "If I'm reelected, Vladimir, I'm gonna give you Ukraine on the first day." And so he has, lots of motivation on this specific issue. It's not just that he wants to destroy the world. He wants, for some transactional reason, he wants to satisfy Vladimir Putin, and he's been open about that. And I make the assumption, on a logical basis, a deductive basis, that it's part of his program, and his program is what the Republicans, the MAGA Republicans in the House anyway, are following. So what you have is they're all responding to him on a cult basis. But let me ask you one more question, and that is, can they do it without us in terms of providing the money? Can the EU and NATO do it without us and providing the money and the weapons? Do they have the resources? And finally, do they have the political will? Would our departure off the stage on this issue just deflate the whole program? Would they stop caring as much? It's two parts to that question.
Yeah, let me take your second part first. They can't afford not to care. They can't afford to have another world war on the doorstep of Europe. They are students of history. European leaders and their constituents know very well what World War II did to them and destroyed an entire continent. And they can't afford that, and they know they can't afford that. So they have to be proactive. And yes, they have limited resources. Their GMPs are all different, one country from another. I'll just go down a quick list that I pulled off here today. The United States, from January 22 to May 31st, 2023, we've contributed or have set aside $70.7 billion. The next in line is the EU, $35 billion. The United Kingdom at $10.74 billion. Germany at $10.68 billion. Japan, 6.6 billion. Japan is helping. I didn't know that. Canada, 5.27 billion. The Netherlands goes down to 4 billion. Norway, 2 billion. Denmark, almost 2 billion. Sweden, 1.8 billion. France, 1.47. Come on, France, you can do better than that. And Italy, and I know Italy could do better, $1.34 billion have been contributed from January 2022 to May 31st, 2023. Not bad. So if our $70 billion went away, could they increase theirs as a percentage of their GNP? Yeah, they're going to feel the pain on their economy. But the answer is yes. I think it will continue, and it would increase. The Europeans would have to increase their contributions to Ukraine to keep them in the fight.
Big question is, if they didn't, and if we didn't, what would happen? You know, one of the things I noticed in looking at this is that Ukraine lives on a moment-to-moment basis, like a cash basis. If they don't get weapons just in time, they're out of ammunition, and their war effort, you know, is greatly jeopardized. So it's only a matter of weeks. There are some people that speculate that they're going to run out of gas very soon in the absence of American support and in the absence of, you know, European support replacing the American support. And all of a sudden, they won't have weapons to fight. And this is a war of weapons. More than men and women, it's a war of weapons, and it's a war of technology, which is expensive. And so, query, what happens to the war effort if the Europeans, you know, don't belly up, as you suggest?
Putin succeeds. He overruns Ukraine. He sets up his puppet governments. That in coordination with Belarus, and he'll just take over all the satellite. Again, they become satellite nations of Russia with puppet dictatorships, and Putin is right where he wants to be as Peter the Great incarnated.
You know, when this first started out, we all thought, and maybe Putin misled us to think that he was only after Ukraine, but over the past few months, at first it appeared that he was after the Baltics too. You know, Estonia, Latvia, for that matter, Poland, Lithuania. Those places are really scared because it's not just that he's looking at them and you know, making face at them. He's actually doing things. He's hacking them. He's doing espionage on them. He's trying to turn public opinion with television messaging and social media messaging against their people. He's trying to have their people turn around and say, we should support Russia. And, you know, and after all this time, it seems like that does have an effect. But you know, it seems to me that it's not just the Baltics. It's the Balkans. And that's most recently. And, you know, he owns, just as he owns Belarus, he owns Transnistria, which is on his border. He owns Moldova, which is just on the other side. He's active in Romania. He's looking at the Balkans too. It's really interesting how he's trying to create the Warsaw Pact all over again, and Russianize, communize all of the countries that were there before. And you can see it now. You know, before it was not so visible. Now you can see it. And if I were living in any of those countries, I'd be terrified. If I were living in Western Europe, I'd be terrified. And you're right. France and Italy, they're not really supplying enough support. So this is really a time of crisis because now, you know, the mask is off and we get to see what Putin wants and what he's doing under the hood. But let me go to another thing.
Let me just mention something based on your comment. Yeah. Look at the signs. Sometimes signs are a valid indicator of what's happening or what could happen. You've had a country that has been neutral for many, many years, didn't want to stick their toes in the water about conflicts, and Sweden and Finland now are going to be part of NATO, or are not part of NATO. You have never would have expected that. I know, I'm sure Putin certainly didn't expect it, and talking about blowing up in his face.
I hope it all blows up in his face, but I'm not sure that it will because he's a busy boy. He's trying to gain influence in all these countries. As we have discussed before, he's distributing Russian flags and all over Africa, and it's making Russia a favorite for a lot of those sub-Saharan countries. Why? I don't know, but you can sell anything with propaganda. You can sell the Brooklyn Bridge. You can sell Russia's aggression. It's really remarkable, and he's doing it in this country too. I am sure, to a moral certainty, that he is also using his internet research agency in Moscow, using hacking techniques to work social media and convince people in the United States that Russia is really the good guy here.
Well, I think what he does is he has special code language, if you will, like Donald Trump has. I mean, it's stochastic speech. It's implied speech, if you will, for a certain desired goal. And I think Putin communicates through stochastic propaganda speech to his loyal follower, Donald Trump. And then, of course, Donald Trump has his following. So you almost have a direct line from Putin to the MAGA GOP. Trump is the interpreter, if you will. That's my opinion, because whatever Trump says goes, and whatever Putin wants, Trump is more than happy to comply.
Yeah, and what's worse is that the three big social media companies in this country, which are actually global, have all dropped off their monitoring systems. Formerly Twitter, X, now Elon Musk, he didn't have a monitor. He fired everybody. And you have Facebook with Mark Zuckerberg. They're not doing monitoring anymore. Nobody is requiring them to do monitoring. And the same thing with Google. So, I mean, these, mega corporations, billions and billions of dollars, they're letting it all in. So you can make outrageous statements and conspiracy theories. You can say black is white and white is black, and nobody will stop you. This is really extraordinary. And it will lend fire to Putin's claims that he's spreading on American social media. But let me go to one other thing, and it's Joe Biden. At the beginning of this, he was reluctant to send fighters to Ukraine. And he was reluctant to do the things that Ukraine wanted him to do. In retrospect, that kind of reluctance really was not the right thing, because Russia took advantage of it. After all, they had attacked their neighbor. They were involved in, Nazi-like aggression, leading to World War II. You mentioned the whole thing about the Blitzkrieg. That's what it was. That's what Putin was trying to do, a Blitzkrieg. And we were not responding with the weapons that we needed. They were bombing, all these institutional and residential and, power plants and like, just flattening Ukraine. And Ukraine had no way to deal with that. Well, things are a little better now, but it does suggest that as an irony, just as you say in the case of Munich and Chamberlain, had we responded immediately with appropriate weapons of force and rhetoric, we'd be better off today. Putin wouldn't have gotten as far as he has gotten. That there are people, and I keep thinking of Mark Hamill, of Star Wars, who collects money for drones. And some of that money must be going to drones that are very useful, because drones have become much more weaponized than just surveillance these days. I keep thinking, that maybe the Ukrainians have a chance. But what is ironic is that we probably could have done a better job had we got into this at the beginning. And you and I talked about it many times, and I don't know why Biden was so passive.
Well, here's the irony of this whole thing is Biden was very slow to drag his feet. I suppose one of his rationale was that he didn't want to, accelerate into a World War III. That's why he's been reluctant to give them long-range missiles that can go into the Russia border. But, it's funny because his reluctance to give Ukraine what it needed right then and there plays into why interest to support Ukraine, one of the major issues is impatience on the American public. They're impatient. This thing has gone on a lot longer. And remember, the expectations of the American public has been truncated, accelerated due to technologies. We're just not a patient nation anymore. We want to see action and we want to see results faster than ever before. And we expect these things. So this dragging on of the Ukrainian war that Putin started is going on too long for Americans. Let me just back that up a little bit. The Brookings Institute came up with some information, some data. 26% back in the early days felt that Ukraine needed to be supported and would do so for 1 or 2 years. And all that's changed now. That's fallen down to 18%. Other things that cause interest here to change and wane is the GOP at 51% back in March of 2022 felt that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a threat to the United States' interest. And that was March of 2022. Now, and the Dems at that time felt it was 50%. Now, that has fallen in January 2023. Now, this according to Pew Research. That number has fallen for the GOP down to 29%. So from 51 to 29, and the Democrats, believe it or not, have gone from 50% down to 38% that the invasion is a threat to U.S. interests.
Yeah, that reminds me that one of the people involved in the funding resolution that excluded aid to Ukraine was AOC. We can never forget that there are some people on the Democratic side of the aisle who don't like Ukraine either. I find that extraordinary that they can't get their act together and they don't see the global picture.
Well, they see the finite picture, unfortunately. And what is that? Reports of corruption. Certain high officials in Ukraine have attempted to, take away with some of the money. These kind of stories don't help the national picture, the big picture, and that is support Ukraine is essential for a free Europe and eventually for the United States.
Absolutely. And to add to that thought about AOC is that Jim Jordan is one of the front runners for the successor speaker. He's the worst possible choice. He's an idiot.
It's not going to happen, Jay.
Okay, I hope not, because he doesn't like Ukraine either.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. It won't happen because remember Denny Hassert?
Yeah.
He was the Speaker of the House, and he left the office in shame because he is a pedophile. Well, Jim Jordan was a wrestling coach, and he had full knowledge that the doctor that was treating or looking at wrestlers, I think the University of Michigan, I may have the university wrong, he turned a blind eye to it. And this swamp monster is going to come back to him, and it's going to prevent him from becoming the Speaker of the House. That's my prediction. He's up to his neck in that allegation and that debacle.
That doesn't mean they won't elect him, Tim. They elect the strangest people.
I don't think they want a Speaker of the House that could be a potential gave aid and comfort to a pedophile. I don't think that even for the MAGA deplorable GOP, I think that's beyond their reach.
Well, some say that Trump could never be elected as president because he's involved in, 4 felony cases, 4 indictments. Who's to say whether that was
to say? Now you got me on that one, Jay. I give up.
Right. Well, maybe we all have to give up. But here, so the question is, what does Biden do now? There's an irony in the fact that he was passive before, and now he's caught because there has emerged around him, may I use the term, swamp of alligators who don't want him to give any aid to Ukraine. So he's kind of stuck where he could have done it before. And he had the opportunity, he had the support, just as you said. Now he doesn't have the support. And, I'm really not sure what Congress will do if this is placed squarely in front of them. He has this idea that in the next 45 days, before the next funding crisis, he will go to Congress and ask them for a special appropriation just for Ukraine. And I say, lots of luck, Joe. That's probably not going to happen. My guess is there isn't enough support in Congress to pass a bill like that. And he doesn't have the influence. So, do you agree, by the way?
No, I unfortunately, I don't agree with you on this point. Remember, the House of Representatives, the GOP wing of the House of Representatives is controlled by the tail that wags the dog, and that tail consists of about 20 MAGA GOP. The rest of the Republicans, I don't believe they're MAGA, and their support for Ukraine is still high. I think that the Republicans on this particular issue will have bipartisan support, as it has in the previous votes. I mean, we're up to $70 billion worth of aid to Ukraine. That wasn't done by the Democrats alone. That was a bipartisan support to get those bills passed, that funding passed. So I don't think it's going to be any different. I think the Democrats will ask for Republican bipartisan support, and I personally believe they'll get it. The unfortunate part with this last round was the Democrats had to make a decision between taking it out and having the government taking it out and have the government stay open, or insist that the funding take place and shut the government down. And the Democrats didn't want to own that position. So now that that's been temporarily delayed for 45 days, I think what we'll see is some earnest across the aisle horse trading, if you will, of positions and policies and whatever Congress does when they do their horse trading. And I think you'll see this bill passed for Ukraine. I don't know if it's going to be the high dollar amounts that we've seen in the past. I think probably the number will be reduced, but at least you're going to see continued support from the United States in the form of warfare and non-kinetic support for Ukraine's aid.
Well, for all the reasons we've discussed, time is of the essence, and Joe Biden ought to get on with it. He's got to get a bill in there, and he's got to lobby for that bill, and he's got to count votes and make it happen. It's not, by no means is it a guarantee. The other thing that I find most interesting, and probably the largest irony in this whole affair, is his interim move about giving Iranian weapons, including Iranian drones, which they're good at that, to Ukraine, because somehow the United States has achieved a stockpile of Iranian weapons, guns, ammunition, and drones. And Joe Biden...
Who has? The United States?
The United States. And Joe Biden has control of that ammunition and guns and what have you, and he has the power to give it without congressional approval. He is the commander-in-chief. And so the next thing that he could consider is considering, and probably will do, is give that stuff, and the Iranians must be hopping up and down about this, give that stuff to Ukraine. I'm not sure they use the same, size of ammunition or whether they can use all this, but that was, in a CNN interview this morning.
I had no idea the United States had this cache of weaponry that's Iranian. I don't know how they did that.
They did.
Yeah, interesting. Well, it kind of reminds me of Franklin Delano Roosevelt when the United States was clearly locked in its isolationist mentality. And what did he do? He lent military equipment, and he couldn't ship the tanks directly from the United States to England, but he just crossed it across the border to Canada. Then Canada was the giver of the weaponry to England. So it was a weapon lease program. There's a formal name for it, and
Lend-Lease.
Yeah, lease. Yeah. And that seemed to at least keep England in the battle and from going under. And had it not been for Franklin to do that, I think world history as we know it would have been different, and we all probably be speaking Deutsch.
Well, good for Roosevelt. It really made a huge difference to the Allies. It changed things as far as the, what do you want to call it, the leverage of the UK is concerned. And now this may be a significant move, and it is reminiscent. It does echo on Lend-Lease, except he would just give it to him, and the world would be encouraged by that. Suffice to say, this is all in play right now. It's fluid. Who knows what will happen in Congress? Who knows who the speaker will be and what he will do, or she. Who knows how the Democratic Party will form up and the Republican Party to get weapons and money. You can't be sure of what would happen in 45 days in a Congress that is increasingly chaotic. And who knows what will happen in Europe. So it's a war of attrition, and it's a war of divide your enemy. And so far, I'm not impressed with the way we have prosecuted our end of it. But who knows? Maybe this will somehow motivate us. Your final thoughts, Tim?
My final thoughts is that President Biden needs to use the bully pulpit more effectively for two things. One is convince the American public that our pending election in 2024 is an issue of democracy, the continuation of the republic, and maintenance of the rule of law. That's one. Two is to make a clear distinction of the importance of supporting Ukraine, despite what Donald Trump wants, and despite what the mega GOP wants to follow of Trump's thoughts, and make it almost an issue of national importance. He's not done a good enough job doing that. He's done okay, but he hasn't done good enough. And in my mind, that's what he needs to focus his energies on, certainly in the next 45 days.
We'll be watching him with our hearts in our throats. Thank you so much, Tim Epicella. This is Keeping the World Company on ThinkTech. Aloha.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests, and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows: Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Tommy Tuberville is out of his freaking mind. So who is Tommy Tuberville? Well, he is a Republican pro-life retired football coach. He has been in the U.S. Senate representing Alabama for not quite 2 years. He has never served in the military, but has somehow been appointed chair of the very powerful Armed Services Committee. He is completely unqualified for that position. For the past 6 months, as chair of that committee, he's been holding up confirmation of military promotions, holding some 300 of them hostage and in limbo. This is all on his demand and condition that the DoD change its policy on paying travel expenses for women service members who want to have an abortion. Although this issue is legally a matter of DoD policy, unless the Senate accommodates his demand, he will continue to stand in the way of all promotions. This includes the reappointment of Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is scheduled to retire on October 1st. Tuberville's actions are unforgivably ignorant, destructive, and stupid. He has effectively paralyzed promotions in the United States military. With all that, he is still chair of the Armed Services Committee and still able to block these promotions. In a time when we rely so heavily on our military to do its job in dealing with so many threats in the world, this is sheer madness. Is Tuberville operating alone, or as a proxy for Trump and Trump's followers? We tend to think it's exactly that. It's a brand new politicization and only for political purposes. And although the GOP pretends to support the military, this is a huge swipe at the rank and file. In any event, it's an insult to the Senate and Congress, and the government in general, and the voters of all parties, and the country. It's certainly an insult to the military, not just the officers he is holding up, but all the officers and all the men and women in all the branches who serve the country. Where is the Senate leadership? Where is Mitch McConnell, assuming he's still capable? Really, can't Tuberville be removed from this committee or from the Senate in general? Where is the DoD and the Chiefs of Staff, and the White House? Where are the officers' associations? Where are the service academies and their graduates? Where are the military lawyers? Shouldn't they be screaming at the top of their lungs? Can they do nothing? And what do our American veterans think of what is happening here, the ones who have already served, and have risked their lives in years past? The adverse effect on our national security, and on our military morale, leadership, initiative, and readiness is unprecedented, profound, and obvious. We spend nearly $1 trillion a year on military and national defense. This kind of thing pulls the rug out from all of that. At the very least, it is a huge chink in our national armor. And what do patriotic Americans just like you think about what is happening here, those who care about the country, and who understand that we need to defend ourselves, and that we have an important role in global security? And what do our allies think of us? Perhaps again that we are a laughingstock, and not to be respected or trusted. And worse, how will our enemies, like Russia and China, capitalize on what Tuberville is doing, and how will they exploit this new weakness? They say the U.S. government is more and more non-functional, and that the country is falling apart. Sorry to say, but this is just one more indication that that is clearly so. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Democracy. A form of government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them through a system of representation involving periodic free elections.
Patriotism.
Hello, this is Carl Ackerman, host of Journeys of the Mind, and I am very happy that we have Scott Kikawa here, who's going to discuss his novel Red Dirt in the context of Hawaii during the Red Scare. So, this is a novel, a mystery novel about a, murder, and we have our lead character, being a detective who uncovers the murder through the pages, but there's a lot more about that one learns about Hawaii in the post-World War II period. And of course, Scott, this book followed his wonderful book, Kona Winds. So the first question I have for you, Scott, is, both in Kona Winds, you mentioned Dante and Dante's Inferno and the trilogy. And then this book begins with a medieval twist in The Sword and the Stone, Sir Thomas Malory. And I'm wondering what in your background made you in these, 20th century novels refer to medieval history. And by the way, I think it's wonderful.
Well, thank you. Thanks, Carl, for having me back too. I had a lot of fun the last time, and it's great to have a second opportunity to do this. I was a medieval and Renaissance study minor in college. I majored in Islamic studies, and the minor came about because I could double up on a lot of those credits because a lot of Islamic history and theology were during the same period. NYU gave me credit for a medieval and Renaissance study minor, and I filled up classes with medieval literature, with early Christian theology, with architecture, with art history, and things like that. That helped me to cobble together a minor in medieval and Renaissance studies. So Dante's Divina Commedia was the work that I referenced in the first book, and I thought it might be fun to use Mallory, which is kind of like a side work that we kind of picked up in the mysticism class. We only touched on it a little, but I was fascinated by kind of the disjointed narrative of Mallory's work, where some of the stories tend to repeat themselves, but they overlap, and they give you a different interpretation. And the fascinating thing I think about Le Morte d'Arthur is that it is an allegory. Just as Dante's Divina Commedia is a satire, I think that Mallory's work is an allegory for good government in a way. When he talks about the king and the land being one, it's really kind of cautionary, all the way up until the conflict at the end with Mordred. So I thought it was appropriate to use it as a backdrop for this story, which examines a lot of the House Un-American Activities Committee investigations here in Hawaii, and culminating with the so-called Hawaii 7 trial in 1953. So I thought that was a work that I could superimpose over the historic reality here.
As background, I'm going to take you even farther back than HUAC. In this book, you also mention the historical setting of World War II in Hawaii, where we had martial law and barbed wire everywhere, to quote your book. And why is this setting? Because you discuss HUAC in a lot of detail, and one of its members coming out to Hawaii and trying to influence, our wonderful detective. So, what is it about World War II, and then the martial law, and then sort of going into the HUAC era that fascinated you the most?
Well, I think that World War II was a pivotal point in territorial history. I think that it's one of those events that gets a big mention in Hawaii history, in popular culture, where almost nothing else during the territorial period does, in a way. We have an awareness, generally speaking, about the end of the monarchy, the overthrow, the annexation, and then really no mention of anything in those intervening years between that time and our time today, except for World War II. And one might make the argument that though World War II, in the context of American history, was probably the most important thing that happened in Hawaii during the territorial period, locally, it was also a period where we saw a lot of change, and that was due to the influx of labor and the influx of money to the islands, or I should maybe say the island, to Oahu, for the war effort. So it was a military, yes, but with the military came a lot of civilian labor from the mainland as well, shipyard, and logistics to fuel the war in the Pacific. But what the effect it had here was it kind of changed the economy forever. At one point, neighbor islands used to be on equal economic and political footing. And the war kind of just propelled Oahu into the forefront and kind of made it the center of everything. And it almost really kind of remains that way today. And that was because of World War II. World War II also had a consequence, too, of changing, I think, the mindset of a lot of local people who were previously existing under really colonial conditions, especially on the plantations, where the war effort brought about a lot of employment opportunity and almost in an urgent force sense for those that were on the plantations and those that had been in the prior system from the beginning of the last century until about the point of World War II, where suddenly they were off the plantations, they were working in the shipyard, they were driving trucks of supplies and food for the military, and they knew a different employment reality and economic reality. And even after the war, it wasn't the same. And I think that that's what precipitated a lot of the successful labor movements, the strikes in particular, the late 1940s, the dock workers strike, the sugar workers strike, that weren't, there were strikes before World War II, but they weren't really that successful. They picked up a lot of steam after the war because you now had a larger populace that was involved in labor that was off the plantations and exposed to new ideas. So in that sense, World War II was pivotal, and I think that the economy that followed that and precipitated statehood may have been a direct result of the war effort and how it changed this island in particular for good.
And you mentioned the labor and labor unions greatly in this book, and you also mentioned labor leaders, and I was really fascinated by Koji Ariyoshi. And can you tell us a little bit about Koji Ariyoshi? Because that was a real person, wasn't it? I mean, wasn't he a real life historical person?
Yes, Koji Ariyoshi was a real life person, and he's almost a larger than life individual. He went overseas during the war. It must have been the MIS because he was an interpreter. And he found himself in the Asian theater, I think in places like Southeast Asia and China, of all places, and really touched history out there. Came home, and he founded the Honolulu Record, which was a weekly newspaper, which was supposed to be a political answer of sorts to the established Honolulu Star Bulletin and Honolulu Advertiser at the time, wholly owned newspapers. With a more right-wing bent, and communism became the new threat after World War II. After the Axis powers were put down, the new national security threat became communism. The nation turned its attention to communism, and this was the start of the Cold War with the Soviet Union. And Koji Ariyoshi's record became actually the sole iconoclastic voice in the press, and he became one of the Hawaii Seven, along with Jack Hall, Dwight Freeman, John Reinecke, and others, Charles Fujimoto and his wife Eileen, to be put on trial for Smith Act charges, plotting the violent overthrow of the U.S. government, as it were, by the House Un-American Activities Committee's investigators. And Koji, for his defense, when he spent time in Asia during the war, he actually befriended a lot of folks in the Allied effort who actually came to his defense after the war when he was on trial for Smith Act violations or alleged Smith Act violations. I believe it was Madam Chiang Kai-shek who put up one of her addresses for auction in order to raise funds for his legal defense. This is a fascinating guy who touched history. And one of my characters, Jiro Machida, who's a main character in the book, is modeled on Koji Ariyoshi. But this is one of those devices I employ where I don't, like James Ellroy and others, like to bring in actual real life historic figures into their work, because Ellroy has famously said, you can write anything about anyone you want as long as they're dead. And that's kind of a legal truism. But here in Hawaii, we're a smaller place. Here in Hawaii, it's in poor taste, I think, to write about folks when they still have family left alive or friends left alive who remember these people. And I always say, you know, it's in poor taste because even if you don't disparage these individuals in your work and you portray them in a very good light, you always run the risk of getting something about them wrong because there's always somebody that's going to know these people better than you ever will. So my device for doing this is to make a character that's based on them, a fictitious character that's based on them, and mention the real life person in the work so that they exist side by side with their real life inspiration. And everybody knows it's not really Koji Ariyoshi, but it's somebody that whose life is really similar to his, and his character is based on his. So yeah, that he was a really fascinating individual, and the research I did at the UH West Oahu's Center for Labor Education and Research, or CLEAR, Dr. Bill Pewitt, opened up a whole world of information on Koji Ariyoshi and the others in the Hawaii 7 that are referenced in this book. So I was really lucky that way.
Well, and you know, some people, if you talk to labor union guys today, and you know, a lot of the great benefits that we have in Hawaii, whatever field you're in, if you're a working person, is because of those days and the big struggles there. But I was really struck by the stories that you had built about Francis Yoshikawa's work at Columbia. And, you know, I want to know how you feel the story of Professor Levinsky and his daughter Rachel, who Francis had dated, fit into your story about HUAC. And you know, it's very poignant because one of your lead characters, who's, you know, you admire this character, you know, he's such a good detective and he's honest and he's forthright, and his sister is a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, according to you, in Palolo, and yet, you know, he's kind of ashamed about his role that he played with HUAC in Columbia. And I just want to get more from you about that, because I found that a very poignant part of the book.
Well, thank you. And it was something that kind of came out of a little research I did about HUAC investigations on college campuses. And they weren't very specific. And the information that I uncovered was not case specific either. They just talked about FBI agents and HUAC investigators going onto college campuses, questioning students, questioning professors. But I thought I would like something about this detective's past that dovetails nicely into the overall theme. And it's noir after all. I think that even good guys are not 100% good, and bad guys are not 100% bad. That's one of the hallmarks of the noir genre. But it was, I wanted to create an interesting conflict that here was a veteran who served a country that threw the rest of his kind behind barbed wire, that did it maybe not for the most patriotic motives. And that's what my research revealed too, that a lot of them had enlisted maybe out of pure fear that the rest of their family would be taken for internment if they didn't do something of the sort, which is what this guy falls into that category. But, you know, it makes for an individual who is not a caricature of service to country, because sometimes that country's lines get blurred in terms of what happens and what their definition of service to country is. And that was a dialogue in his dorm room with this HUAC investigator about serve your country one more time. And he begins to wonder, what is that service? And of course, this was an interesting way to bring in that Japanese value of giri, which he's taught by his late father, of obligation. And it's obligation, which is not necessarily loyalty per se. It's not that simple. And he has to make a choice. What is obligation? What is giri? Especially if it's your obligation to your country. Whom do you serve and whom do you sell out? Is it your country or is it your friends? And he made a really painful choice to go with his country over his friends, to sell his friends to the HUAC, to the government, to save himself, which is why he and that's the way he views it, which is why he has lived with a lot of guilt and shame over the years. And when we come to that same head later on in the story, he has to make another decision that's similar. And this all happened in the process of writing it. I did not plan it out, and I thought, oh, this works very nicely. But and part of the personalities of these folks, and at least the atmosphere, came out of my college years in New York, although they were decades after the events that take place in this book. But the weather, the groups I interacted, I had so many friends from New York City who were Jewish, so many friends who were Italian, Irish, Black, and all from the various neighborhoods, all with various backgrounds, but all uniquely New Yorkers. And I thought this is a chance to kind of show what a local boy's exposure is like to things like that. And it was a window of opportunity that I took advantage of.
That's really wonderful. And what you did when explaining the word giri was, I noticed that you started talking about the 47 Ronin, and I thought that was a very nice way to explain that term. And the other thing that you do, besides really exposing the history of HUAC, is there's a cultural part of your book that I found very interesting. And in chapter 3 and in other places throughout the book, you make pains to show that your lead character, Detective Yoshikawa, is polite. I mean, he opens the door for his girlfriend. He lays down his coat. And so my question to you, is this your nostalgia for a better time when people were a little bit more civil to one another? Because and let me spill the beans a little bit here. I'm an old-fashioned guy, and I like to do that. I like to, when my wife gets in the car, I open the door for her, and when we get back in the car, I open the door for her and close the door, and that sort of thing. And a lot of people think that I'm being very old-fashioned. So I just wanted to ask you because that caught my eye.
Oh, well, good for you for doing that. Yes, it is a longing for a different time and the practices of that time. I have what you might call an aesthetic obsession with that period, with the 1950s, with what I call pre-rock and roll America. I think that my longing, though, I think is for the form of that period, not for its essence. In other words, not for the politics of the time, not for the social realities of the time, but for the form of the time, when both men and women still wore hats outdoors, and they would remove them when they came indoors. It was a time where manners counted. I was in Japan earlier this year, and it kind of inspired me to write an article of sorts for the Kyoto Journal. They've accepted a proposal of mine to do this, but I was fairly an American undercover in Kyoto because Americans are the worst dressed individuals overseas. I have to just come out and say that today. They are the worst dressed individuals. And when they visit a temple like Kiyomizu-dera, they're going in camouflage shorts and an NBA jersey and shouting at the top of their lungs and taking pictures of everything. And I'm thinking, well, would they do this in Notre Dame de Paris, or would they do this in the Sultan Ahmed Mosque? And the sad answer is yes, probably in those sacred spaces. Americans also trample everything in favor of social media fame or whatever. I long for a more genteel time when people treated each other with respect. And yes, I'm a bit old-fashioned that way. I think dressing well shows respect for the person that you're interacting with, that you appreciate that person enough to have your appearance be presentable. I think we've lost a lot of that, and I think that the pandemic has sped that on quite a bit as we lost touch with each other in a real sense. And now that we are trying to feel our way back into things, we have an opportunity here, I think, to rebuild better the way we interact with each other. But I don't know that it's going to happen. But I'm happy though that I have allies like you in my corner and trying to bring this back.
Well, when the Senate was discussing whether they should have the tie rule and the tie and coat rule, one of the broadcasters on one of the major stations said, well, if you've watched how people dress on planes, and on when they've been traveling over the past 20 years, this is really something that I've often traveled by plane, and back when there were prop planes, and because my father was a pilot for Pan American, and so I used to get the bottom line dress would be slacks and a button down shirt, and now people, and I still dress that way when I get on a plane, but I'm the best dressed person there by far. And so, I'm always amazed when people come on with slippers and shorts and t-shirts. And I'm thinking to myself, really? Did you just come from the beach? But it's because I'm old fashioned, and I always say, you're getting older, Carl. It's showing. Now, like in Kona Winds, and I think it may have played a bigger role in Kona Winds, but you really discuss there's class differences, and in one section you talk about the Camelot Club, and of course that could be easily replaced by other names of clubs here in Hawaii, and you link it to Punahou School, Manoa, and its fear, this club's fear of the yellow horde, quote unquote. And so, what did you mean by that, and what do you think were the major class divisions, economic class divisions, and probably social divisions during this period that you love so much?
Well, I think that we had a unique situation here where even for Asian Americans, if you just take a single group like Japanese Americans, at the time they made up 40% of the territory's population. And this was a political reality which is on the verge of happening. In 1954, there were pivotal elections here, which changed the power structure forever. And this is due in large part to the fact that Nisei voters came of age. They were American citizens by birth, and they could finally exercise their right to vote. And what that did was it removed, and some would say almost for good, the Republican Party as the dominant political party in Hawaii politics, and replaced it with the Democratic Party. With very few exceptions over the years, this has turned out to be a truism. And this all started in 1954. And this was part of my reason for choosing 53, at least to initially set the books that I wrote in that year, because we are on the eve of drastic political change. And there was a patrician society here. It was largely haole, but it was partly Native Hawaiian too. But that upper echelon of Native Hawaiian society, those with land, those with wealth, that they could trace that back to the monarchy, to the Great Mahele. And their power structure was on the verge of, well, maybe not collapse, but of replacement. And I wanted to convey that there was a palpable feeling that a lot of this was soon going to be past. And that was relatable, I think, to one of the themes in Mallory's Le Morte d'Arthur, where Camelot had its day in the sun, and that's all going to be a memory soon, right? With whether or not Mordred's coup is successful, it's going to change the structure of how England, or the mythical England of Mallory's work, was run. And there are a lot of poignant stanzas about that. And I thought this, for those that were kind of in those circles, the sugar and shipping money circles, that's about to change. And it was about to change not just politically but economically, because agriculture would soon be replaced with tourism as our main the main driver of our economy. And today, if you drive out to Eva, you won't see that sea of green cane that you used to see decades ago. It's all developed. It's all turned into housing. It's all brown. And this was a result of the replacement of those crops with other things, because our economy had changed. And you can trace us back to the same era. So that's why I think it was a really interesting era. It's Hawaii on the verge of change, and in my later books, it becomes Hawaii during change.
This is you concluded. We've run out of time, but Scott Kikawa, this is so wonderful because you've given us not just a discussion of your wonderful novel, which I suggest everyone reads, Red Dirt, and his previous novel, Kona Winds. Please, everyone in our audience, do pick up those novels. But also, one kind recommendation for you, since you're so involved with the medieval and Renaissance period, there's a Renaissance series that is available that was run, and Jay Fidell, the wonderful mensch, and I interviewed Jennifer McNabb, who does this as a professor of Renaissance studies, and she's quite adroit and probably the leader, as Randy Starn was, I think, at Berkeley for many years. She's in Northern Iowa, but she's really the Renaissance woman about the Renaissance. That's what I could say. But I'm going to leave the last word to you, Scott Kikawa, master novelist and master historian. I'm going to leave the last word to you.
Well, thanks, Carl. I'm not sure I deserve those titles, but my work was never meant to be a lesson in history, but it's kind of turned out that way because I was the first student of that lesson. In my research, I had uncovered a lot of things that were not discussed by people who lived through the era, including my own parents, including people that I knew and my parents knew very well, because it was all current events. It was something that they didn't think was worth mentioning, but manifested itself in a lot of their attitudes, in a lot of their personal prejudices and preferences. And the more I read, the more I came to the realization that there was a reason for all of that, that there were things that were suddenly explained to me that were never explained to me growing up. And I think that everybody can have that same epiphany if they would just look into the past here, look into their own past, wherever that is. And I think that you will learn more about yourself and about your surroundings than you ever would have if you had never gone back and done the homework on it. I had an impetus for doing it. I wrote books, but I think that I think everybody should be compelled to take a look at it, what had come before, especially in your own history. And I'm glad that a few people have taken up my books and read them, and if they had learned anything, then all my effort was worth it.
That's really wonderful. This is Carl Ackerman, host of Journeys of the Mind, and we're glad to have experienced Scott Kikawa's journey of the mind with his two wonderful books, once again, Kona Winds and Red Dirt. Ahui ho.
Ai sera nanni nevano e saliette, tu sai adò, tu si un ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò, lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lascia sta, e non ni corre più presi umiante, a farme non può.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality, and of course we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas, the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it, and that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics, and law and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every $1 we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble only.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests, and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Akau, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru, and Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill, or the greatest generation, or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear. Exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID. And like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Timothy Snyder is a history professor at Yale. In view of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to thank the United States, Snyder gave us 10 reasons why the United States should also be thanking Ukraine. This is a summary of those reasons. The first reason. Ukraine, the sole victim of Russia's aggression, is fulfilling NATO's mission, even though it is not a member of NATO, and for 3% of the U.S. defense budget, it is providing greater security for the West. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The second reason. Our defense budget has never been audited. The Ukrainians have helped us do an audit in practice, and have shown that with only a small part of our defense budget they could win the Battle of Kyiv, the Battle of Kharkiv, the Battle of Kherson, and half the territory that Russia invaded in February of 2022. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The third reason. Ukraine has also brought us greater security in the Pacific, by allowing us to reallocate our military power to Asia, and to show China that an aggressive attack against Taiwan will be much more difficult than they thought. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fourth reason. Ukraine has been a huge source of food for the world, especially Africa and Asia. The Russians have weaponized this by mining the fields and bombing the dam and the ports. Ukraine is nevertheless trying hard to open the Black Sea and get the food out. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fifth reason. Ukraine is making nuclear war less likely. They resist and ignore Russian propaganda and threats about nuclear weapons. Their refusal to capitulate diminishes the risk of global nuclear blackmail and proliferation. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The sixth reason. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a direct and violent attack on democracy. Ukraine is doing all it can to defend democracy, to give democracy a chance, and to show us that it can prevail. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The seventh reason. In Ukraine, people talk about freedom, not as a cliché, but as something to make sacrifices for, and as a way to realize their own possibilities. It's not the same in an autocracy. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The eighth reason. Ukraine has shown us courage. Zelensky stayed in Kyiv, even as the bombs and rockets were falling. Ukrainians take huge risks, and thousands have died. They demonstrate remarkable courage every day. For their courage and patriotism to their country, we should be admiring them and thanking them. The ninth reason. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainians exemplify a search for truth, history, culture, and creativity. They never stop doing that, and it replenishes their spirit and keeps them going. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The 10th reason. All that has happened since Russia's invasion has given the United States the clear opportunity to be on the right side, and to find our moral compass in these troubled times. We need to see and act on this. And for that also, we should be grateful to Ukraine. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later, or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy, were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine, like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Five steps to collect your soil sample for the lead testing station. Here is what you will need: a clean container, digging tool, gloves, and a 1-quart size plastic bag. Step 1. Decide whether you'd like to sample soil from a gardening area or a play area. You may want to take 2 soil samples, one from each area. Please keep them in separate bags. Once you select your digging area, it's time to dig. Step 3. Mixing time. Mix your soil well in a clean container and remove any pebbles, rocks, and roots from your soil sample. Step 4. Air dry your soil sample. You can air dry your soil sample in the same clean container you used, or you can transfer to a cardboard surface to completely dry your sample. Depending on how wet your soil is, drying could take a few hours to a few days, so please plan ahead. Step 5. Pack your soil. Once your soil is completely dry, please transfer 1 to 2 cups of your soil into a 1-quart zip-closed bag. Now you're ready for the lead testing station. For more information, visit testforlead.hawaii.gov. See you there.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill, or the greatest generation, or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID. And like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is thanking us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Timothy Snyder is a history professor at Yale. In view of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip to thank the United States, Snyder gave us 10 reasons why the United States should also be thanking Ukraine. This is a summary of those reasons. The first reason. Ukraine, the sole victim of Russia's aggression, is fulfilling NATO's mission, even though it is not a member of NATO, and for 3% of the U.S. defense budget, it is providing greater security for the West. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The second reason. Our defense budget has never been audited. The Ukrainians have helped us do an audit in practice, and have shown that with only a small part of our defense budget they could win the Battle of Kyiv, the Battle of Kharkiv, the Battle of Kherson, and half the territory that Russia invaded in February of 2022. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The third reason. Ukraine has also brought us greater security in the Pacific, by allowing us to reallocate our military power to Asia, and to show China that an aggressive attack against Taiwan will be much more difficult than they thought. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fourth reason. Ukraine has been a huge source of food for the world, especially Africa and Asia. The Russians have weaponized this by mining the fields and bombing the dam and the ports. Ukraine is nevertheless trying hard to open the Black Sea and get the food out. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The fifth reason. Ukraine is making nuclear war less likely. They resist and ignore Russian propaganda and threats about nuclear weapons. Their refusal to capitulate diminishes the risk of global nuclear blackmail and proliferation. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The sixth reason. The Russian attack on Ukraine is a direct and violent attack on democracy. Ukraine is doing all it can to defend democracy, to give democracy a chance, and to show us that it can prevail. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The seventh reason. In Ukraine, people talk about freedom, not as a cliché, but as something to make sacrifices for, and as a way to realize their own possibilities. It's not the same in an autocracy. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The eighth reason. Ukraine has shown us courage. Zelensky stayed in Kyiv, even as the bombs and rockets were falling. Ukrainians take huge risks, and thousands have died. They demonstrate remarkable courage every day. For their courage and patriotism to their country, we should be admiring them and thanking them. The ninth reason. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainians exemplify a search for truth, history, culture, and creativity. They never stop doing that, and it replenishes their spirit and keeps them going. For that, we should be thanking Ukraine. The 10th reason. All that has happened since Russia's invasion has given the United States the clear opportunity to be on the right side, and to find our moral compass in these troubled times. We need to see and act on this. And for that also, we should be grateful to Ukraine. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Ukraine is Thanking Us. We should also be thanking Ukraine. Aloha.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
Good evening and welcome to ThinkTech Hawaii. It's time for Responsible Change. I'm Rebecca Ratliff, the guest host for tonight, sitting in for Chuck Crumpton. Tonight is going to be a great conversation with Judge Sandra Sims, a retired Hawaii state judge, and the incomparable Gail Wright Sermons, Esquire. I'm really happy to have my sisters here with me this evening. The topic for tonight is equality versus equity and DEI fatigue. So hold on to your seats. This is going to be a riveting conversation, I'm sure. So first, I'll start by just giving the definitions of equality and equity. Equality is the condition of being equal, and equity is the condition or quality of being just, impartial, or fair. And Gail is a civil rights attorney, so you're going to hear some great perspectives from her. And Judge Sims, I know you have some great perspectives from the work that you do in nonprofit. So tonight, I just kind of wanted to talk a little bit about with all that's going on in the DE&I climate, and I'll add DEIB. So, we want to just keep this topic alive and talk about what it means to the work that we do out there, whether it be for-profit or nonprofit. In the legal space, in the mediation and arbitration space. Gail Wright Sermons and I are both mediators, and just want to have this healthy discussion to hopefully empower people who are listening to the show out there to understand how what some of the issues are and what we're going to do about it. And I'm not saying what we can do about it. I'm saying what we're going to do about it. This is a call to action. That's what this show is all about. So DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, started off as D&I, diversity and inclusion. And then some companies switched it around and started calling it I&D to put emphasis on inclusion, because diversity is a fact. And by the way, diversity is not a person. Diversity is a group or classification of people who fit in certain categories. But then there was no equitable inclusion. And so E got added. So it was diversity, equity, and inclusion. And then most recently, belonging got added, because the really is not to hire or bring in people simply because they fit in a diverse classification, but to ensure that they're included equitably. So, what does that mean? I want to go to you first, Gail, and talk about some of the work that you've done as a civil rights lawyer and why this topic is important to you.
Well, thank you, Rebecca, for having me and allowing me to talk about something that is critical and is of importance. My adage and my thought is always, at this moment in our history, keep your eye on the prize, hold on. It's a concept and it's a song that was sung during the civil rights era in the 1960s. And it's something that right now we need to be mindful of, because there's no quick fix about diversity. This country that was founded in the belly of the most vicious kind of racism that you can imagine, where Black people, my ancestors, were not treated as human, has a lot of work to do. We're still a very young nation, and these efforts are very new. We can go to the Reconstruction era period, and we can remember about the Freedmen's Bureau that was torn down. We can go then later on to the Kerner Report that was created and was intended to look at the issues of education and housing and health and every spectrum of life in America, to see what are the concerns and how do we repair that. Well, it was moving along. It's somewhat of a clip and moving forward. And then you get the Reagan administration and everything stopped. So when you talk about this movement, it's got to be a constant effort and a constant movement. After that, you get the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that also included so many provisions in it that looked at how do we make ourselves a better nation. You had senators who would get on and say, we're a nation that's not working on all of its cylinders. If we're not using all of the resources that we have, if we're not hiring, back then we were called Negroes. We've been through names, Negroes, the other N-word, the colored, the Black, the African-American, but we know who we are. So it went through all of that. But you had folks, you had senators. Can you imagine now, the senators now, what's going on in Congress right now, ever saying we have to work with all of our cylinders? We have to work with all of us coming together as a nation to see what strengths and talents and abilities we have. Because the notion then was that Black people have great talents and abilities, and they're not being used. They're not being used for the bigger community, but they weren't being used in the Black community. So how do we change all of that? So you get that movement there with the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Of course, the most significant, well, some would say the most significant, we can all agree, the most significant part of that act, and it had many, many parts, but there are three that are fundamental. And the most fundamental, and the one that we know most about, is Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, that was amended in 1972 because it didn't include the federal government. And and that's amazing, isn't it? 72, it didn't get changed to include the federal government, one of the largest employers in our nation, until 72. It still does not include Congress. So members of Congress don't have to abide by any of these laws whatsoever. And the laws were not included for purposes of being benevolent and being kind and being understanding. Any laws, any notion about diversity, about fairness, about inclusion that's based upon that is doomed to fail. Because it's got to be a commitment to understanding the value of people that they have, that the people have, and the value that's given by those people. Perhaps I should stop there. I mean, you know me, Rebecca, excuse me, Professor. I could go on and on forever on this because it is one of my real issues. And I'll stop there because I know that the judge, in doing so much in the area of diversity and inclusion within the courts, and I've done a bit of that too. We had something called the Racial injustice program that was started that looked at all the courts in the federal system and the Second Circuit in New York. And that was about 15 years ago. And now a new one has started. And it's always amazing to me to see the new thing starts again. And it's the same old song.
It's the same song.
It's that song.
That's
It's
right.
the same old song, but with a different beat, but it's the same thing. And so we're recreating and recreating. And I think that in many ways, it's because we have not really kept our eyes on the prize and our foot on the pedal to get the gas going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you have really set the stage for this conversation. Thank you.
Absolutely.
For that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Much more to hear. Yeah, much more to hear from you, certainly. Judge Sims, what do you have? I know you were agreeing as I was.
You raised so many great points, Gail, and especially giving us that history. And I think one of the things that kind of jumped off to me with when we started talking about this movement now of everyone wanting to be a part of inclusion and diversity and equity, sort of was spearheaded following the George Floyd's murder. And we saw then this huge surge of energy and activity to kind of compensate for what everybody kind of knew and saw around the world was this horrible thing that we were doing in this country when it comes to how our police and how we treat Black citizens. I mean, that was a worldwide shock. Well, not shock. It wasn't a shock to us, but for the world to notice and see what was happening here. I work with, as I said, I'm tired, but I am involved. We were involved with there's a committee, much like you said, Gail, on equality and access to the courts. That's in our Supreme Court. And I've been on that committee now for a number of years, and we've addressed a number of issues that come up with regard to race and equity and diversity and so forth within the courts. A lot of our focus over the years has been on language, because in Hawaii we have a very diverse community, both racially, ethnically, and language. And so we had issues with regard to people not being who don't speak English, who are non-English speaking, but also not just Spanish, but you're looking at a lot of languages from the South Pacific and people who are involved in the Micronesian community who didn't have access and understanding because we didn't have interpreters. So we spent a lot of time doing that and making certain that but then when this event occurred, we were at one of our meetings, and it was kind of interesting that there was this huge protest demonstration. It was outside the courts during the time that we were having some of our sessions. There were like 10,000 people who were protesting, marching in response to George Floyd's killing. There was something like 10,000 people outside in the streets of Honolulu. And that event was organized by young people. It was actually organized by a 17-year-old high school. She's African-American, and I think it was Japanese, might have been, she's mixed, but they got together and they brought all of these young people. The other folks came and got involved as well. But then that kind of really was quite a significant moment, I think, for me, in terms of understanding where we're headed in terms of diversity, because it's the younger folks that got involved. And it wasn't just Black kids, because there's not that many Black people here, but it was a huge, diverse group, 10,000 people. And they organized it over stuff like, Instagram and, TikTok and all. That's what they used to get all the folks to come down. We didn't know that was even going to happen. But here we are, and there are these kids who's, as I think we all have our little soapboxes. Mine is, these kids are going to save us, because they're just not going to put up with the stuff that so many, we've sort of kind of gotten a little bit complacent. And so, but they're not putting up with it. I mean, this is a generation that had to be concerned about whether or not when I got to school, I was going to live that day. That's not something that we had to think about, but they do.
That's right.
It's like, will I make it today? I don't know. Is somebody going to come here and, what are we going to do about that? So they're advocating for that. I mean, they're, coming of age to vote and seeing that vote being challenged and taken away. They're coming of age and having to address issues about rights that have already been given and never challenged. And here we are wondering, do we have the right to control our own bodies? Oh, Do we? Oh, my goodness. Do we have the, for those that are, in the LGBT community, it's like I could I could marry the person I love, but now maybe I don't know. Is that gone too? So I think what is also happening is because these are diverse communities speaking louder in a different way than in so much in litigation, but just making their voices heard in the street. And I think we can't ignore that. I get terribly excited now when I see so many of them so involved in so many of these issues, because that's where our change is going to come at this point in our. And I mean, I'm with you, Gail. I remember all the the civil rights, but I'm actually old enough to know all that stuff. But I mean, I was there for some of that. But I mean, to see this energy and to see this group, that they're highly intelligent, they're well spoken, they're just not going to take it anymore. And I think we're even looking at what, I don't even want to talk about Congress right now, but let's just move along.
But when you talk about young people, going back to history, and we can think about the young people who were involved in SNCC. We can think about the young people who were involved in the Black Panther Party.
Exactly.
Black Panther Party people were not adults; they were very young people,
kids,
very young men.
Well, not to say kids, but they were. They were.
And when we think about the busing that went on, and when we think about the times that Black people were being locked up in jail with parents, the kids went out and stayed home from school and were the ones to lead it.
Exactly.
I'm gonna latch on to your optimism here about youth, and I'm gonna hope and pray that it doesn't end when people get older and they get into this competitive world, when they're fighting for jobs, for housing, and so on, that they lose that enthusiasm that they have now, when they may not feel as though they have much to lose. And I think that that's part of, and I'm with you on that. I'm trying to get out here. I was with the Lawyers Committee on Civil Rights last night at the 60th anniversary, the organization that was started by the Kennedy, all of those, to bring lawyers together and basically to say, you do a lot of chit chat and chin wagging and talking, put your money where your mouth is, and let's get something going. So we honored, in fact, Leon Higginbotham and the Leon Higginbotham Fellows.
Oh, great!
He being the great jurist that he was.
Yes.
But my hope is always that we are not, that we just don't keep having these cycles. And then to understand, too, that it's okay to have cycles as long as we keep the energy going. And as long as we do something that Harry Belafonte expressed so brilliantly, which was to pass the baton. Within the Black community, he used to say, we're great sprinters, we're great runners. We're the first of this, we're the first of that. We can be on boards, we can run things, and we're all the first, or we think we are. And we don't necessarily see that there were people who were way before us who were doing the same kinds of things. We're great at fast, but are we good at passing the baton? So I hope that with these revolutions that we think we're having, because I don't think it's really revolution, maybe it's evolution.
Evolution is a better term.
Evolution, that we're able to pass the baton, that we're able to connect with the young people that you have so aptly described as moving forward with concepts of fairness and justice, and that we are also passing the baton to them to let us know about the efforts and the struggles. And I don't like the word struggles, the fights.
No, I don't either.
I don't like that word. I'm not struggling. I don't like the person who struggles. I don't struggle. I fight.
Yeah, none of us. That's right.
So that's right.
Yeah,
the idea that
we're on the same page on that one.
So that there's a connection, so that we're not every time reinventing the wheel, and that every time we're not just moving forward because of the feel-good moment. You're so right about the Floyd. After Floyd, the world created the diversity programs and got involved in them and put, Pamela Newkirk in her book, Diversity, Inc., talks so eloquently about diversity. And she doesn't just talk, she's done tremendous studies, a great deal of research on diversity. And she's not very optimistic in that book. She looks at how many billions, not millions, billions of dollars have been put into law firms, into industries, into agencies to create diversity programs. But yet, as her expression is, the needle has not really moved. The needle has not moved. And in some ways, if you look back from the 70s until now, in certain areas, particularly in areas of health, even more specifically in areas of infant mortality and morbidity of Black women, it's going down.
We're going
in
backwards.
terms of home, in terms of property and home ownership, it's gone down. In terms of movement, we can even look at law firms. Everybody says, oh, the law firms now are hiring, but in terms of partnerships, it hasn't changed much. So, and that means to me, it's got to be a lot more than just the numbers, just the concepts, just the training. Some say the diversity training creates more friction within groups. So it's a matter of looking at what does work. What are the programs that do really work? The McKinsey report that comes out all the time, and they're constantly upgrading their assessment of diversity. What are the kinds of things that do work? The biggest one is accountability. The biggest one is having the leadership at the top.
Leadership, absolutely.
Whether you're an employer or whether you're a college, leadership at the top, you know,
and mandates
and accountability, the leadership and accountability.
And because there has to be that commitment that says this is who we are, this is what we stand for, this is what we represent. So this is how we're going to move in this area. And so I think actually that absolutely is where it has to be, because if you're just kind of fighting them in the weeds, it's not going to happen. You're going to create this resistance. Particularly particularly in the corporate world, you're gonna have all these other things going on. I've seen stuff happening in many of the nonprofit communities. I sit on a couple of boards with that, and so what's happening there is that you're having these board conversations, and it's just understood that we have to be responsive. It's just not, it's a given. So you start from that premise of this is how we're going to do it. This is how we approach it. If we're talking about helping foster parents or, people who are kids who are in foster care. We can't just sit up here and decide this is how it's going to be. We're going to have to be involved with people who have that lived experience. Let them tell us, what do they need?
Absolutely.
What do they? I was at a session the other day, and it was one of the women she was previously a foster parent, but she's now a part of a program called Epic Honig, and they teach parents how to deal with the foster system. And they've got a whole, ask her, because she knows what she had to do. She knows what they had, what worked for people who needed to get that kind of. And so we have to pay attention to the people we claim we are serving.
Lots of
listen to them.
Gotta
listen
be lots.
To them. And and the generation too. Listen to this generation, because they have a lot to tell us. I mean, granted, all the movements, it's an evolving thing. But this seems like an even more evolved generation to me.
Yeah,
they have a little more. They got they're not a passive group.
Yeah, these younger kids, they don't bow to tyranny, as you're saying, and
exactly.
And you all, the two of you have brought up so many points, including moments that became a movement, the different concerns that exist because of new legislation. Underrepresentation in our communities and how that's being addressed. The overlapping pandemics of the really long COVID social impact, not just physiological impact, but COVID, the weather events, the food insecurity, job insecurity, all of these different really issues that have been felt globally. And again, the reduction of rights in newer legislation. And so when you talk about the cycles, it's important to note that because different people in different organizations, you're talking about, accountability has to be top down, mandates from the leaders, because people have different motivations for, why they're doing what they're doing in this DE&I space. The DE&I fatigue comes from different places. So, for those of us who understand, you said it, Judge Sims, we knew before George Floyd was murdered in front of us, we knew that there were inequities, but that incident and then continued incidences that, now being caught on camera amplified, the awareness. There was awareness. So it's important that we keep that needle moving. I'm saying moving because, as you've pointed out, Gail, it really hasn't moved forward that much. There's been some progress, but progress is very slow. And I enjoyed the interplay between the two of you when Judge Sims mentioned that this generation, we can count on them. That's my hope as an optimist. But I heard your point too, Gail, is will they actually become jaded as they become older? is racism taught or is it learned? Is it life experiences that bring it about? How do we fight? Because none of us look like we're struggling. How do we fight the E&I fatigue, understanding that that people feel fatigued for different reasons? And the work that we do is so important in listening to what the issues are so that they can be addressed for, because you can have the answer to the wrong question.
The wrong question. Exactly. Right. You're answering the question that's not been asked.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right.
Well, one of the things that in terms of DEI fatigue, one of the things that we have to always remember is that this is a society that's basic principle is money. I wrote an article for the American Bar Association years ago. I won't tell you how many years ago. You really get to know my age. I'm trying to hide that. But it was about business as being the motivating factor in diversity, inclusion, and equity. And that sounds so harsh, and people don't like to hear that because we like to have a good, feel good sensation. And we like to think it's all about goodness, kindness, benevolence. It is not. It's a bottom line. And when we get diversity, when we get it, when we really create it, what happens if we look at the McKinsey report and other reports that have been done? They show that businesses improve, their bottom line improves, their money improves.
Absolutely.
They get people, if I'm working in a place where I feel embraced, if you will, understood, and listened to, people don't overlook me with those microaggressions, I'm more likely to be more productive. I'm more likely to want to come there. I'm more likely to want to stay there. The reputation of my office, if I'm a lawyer, my firm, is a global one. So it means something. So there is a bottom line to all of this. And it works with concepts of diversity. I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but I'm saying that the bottom line is sometimes what we have to look at and remind people, why does it work? Why does accountability work? I'm on the council and you're with the Center CPR, International Center for Conflict Resolution Prevention before resolution, prevention and resolution. And there are concepts of accountability so that when firms join us, they have to sign a pledge that says we are going to hire from a pool that includes Black people, women, because the women in the race issue is very different. Women have moved forward. All the studies, the Kinsey report, all the studies on diversity show that women have moved forward. And we're talking specifically about white women. But the issue on race is not the same. The changes have not been the same. They have not improved and changed. And until we're really willing to see that and grapple with it as a group, as a society, and come to organizations and be very transparent about what the real issues are and why they really make a change, I don't think there will be change. But I'm an optimistic too. And I believe that we can make a change if we continue to have these kinds of open dialogues and discussions. We may not always agree on everything, but the fact that we listen to each other's perspectives and ideas, I think, will be the thing. And most importantly, Judge, as you said, to the young people, who can enlighten us and can encourage us and can prevent us as older people from going into those existential moments when we wonder about the value of it all.
No, it's and then you mentioned another good point about looking at it from the corporate standpoint. And I think what we have now is who's that audience? Who's that market for the corporations now? Yes. The reason for getting, granted it is the bottom line, but that bottom line has expanded to include it's a global bottom line. Yes. And that global bottom line includes people of color, people of different ethnicities, people of different sectors. So you have to be mindful of that. You can't ignore that and saying we're just going to still keep doing what we're doing. But your market, your audience is different. And when you get to these younger folks who are I got a bunch of them myself. That's kind of how I know a little bit about them. But they're so independent minded. They have their own. They're accumulating wealth in a very different way than I was raised.
Yeah.
And they know how to use that.
They do. They
know how to use that.
That they do know how to use that. We've got to pay attention and we've got to participate in initiatives and again the movement. And as we're winding down, I want to get just a real quick snippet from both of you, and then I'll close out the show. But Gail, give us 40-second snippet. Well, less than 40 seconds because we're winding down.
I think she should give the snippets.
It's the way I began. It's
Give us
always
yep.
it's the way
Give us a
it's the
nugget.
way I began. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. And the prize is justice and understanding. There's space and room for all of us in that concept.
Thank you, Gail. And Judge Sims?
Mine is listen. Listen to who you claim you're serving. Listen to what they need. Listen to how they want you to respond. Don't just make up your own rules about how it should be done. Listen.
Yes, very important. Thank you. And mine is in this climate where things are so uncertain, politically and otherwise. Stay safe, but don't stay silent. This has been another.
That's a good one. I like that. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, this has been another edition of It's Time for Responsible Change. And I have been your guest host, Rebecca Ratliff. And thank you to our guests, Judge Sandra Sims and Gail Wright Sermons. Thank you and good night.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain, and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles, supporting and saving Eastern Europe, facing down aggressive autocracies, reforming Latin American immigration, protecting Africa from systemic violence, preventing recurrent global pandemics, preparing to deal with new climate tragedies, saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, Some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error, so with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about and learn from the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. And we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to stop money laundering? First, you'll need to learn how it's done. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean. No, not like that. Money laundering is the process of making dirty money clean, so that criminals can actually use their ill-earned cash without getting tracked down. The first stage of money laundering is placement, when the dirty money is placed in a legitimate financial system like a bank or a business. Cash-intensive businesses where transactions aren't closely regulated, like bars and pawn shops, are especially vulnerable. So let's say you illegally got $10 million. Where would you put it?
In my sandwich?
Enough with the sandwich. To hide that kind of money, a fraudster might create a few cash-heavy legitimate businesses, like an antique shop or a hair salon. Once the money is placed in the salon, it's time to move to the second stage of money laundering, which is layering. Layering is the act of moving the money through complex transactions to make it virtually untraceable. So, at the salon, you might gradually slip the dirty money into the unregulated tip jar to commingle with the legitimate cash, so you can't tell the cash apart. The final stage of money laundering is integration, when you take that mixed up money to the bank. Once you've deposited the dirty money along with the tips into the salon's bank account, it becomes legitimate and untraceable, and spendable. Cash you could use to buy anything you want, including a sandwich. Understanding the basic mechanics of money laundering is key to knowing your customer in advancing the fight against real-life crime.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration.
Aloha, everybody. Welcome to Condo Insider on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Attorney Nalan. Joining me today is our guest, Mr. Mano Wing, CEO and owner of NK Management LLC. Mano is a graduate from the University of Hawaii and Manoa's Executive MBA program. His company, NK Management LLC, provides administrative support, site management, maintenance, resident, and general management services for condominium associations. Prior to establishing his own company, he worked as a property manager for so many years, respectively at Touchstone Properties, Hawaii First, and Associate Hawaii. Mano is the current general manager at Kapiolani Residence. Welcome, Mano.
Thank you, Na.
So today we invited you to explain to us the different roles, job duties of different types of property management professionals working in the industry of, in the condominium industry. Our goal is to help people understand what do such professionals respectively do, and what would be the best way to communicate with each type of them. We also hope you can share with us some career tips for people who might be interested in becoming such a professional. So we've always heard all these different job titles, general manager, resident manager, site manager, property manager. What do these titles mean?
Yeah, all good questions now. And when you when you start diving into the condo world is what Sabio, one of my mentors, likes to put it. The condo world, property manager can mean a lot of things, and generally in real estate, property managers are usually the rental managers in real estate, right? Where the owners hire, rental agents, pay them about 10% of a fee, and they'll find long-term or short-term tenants, whatever the agreement may be. But when you get into the condo side, it starts off like property managers at the managing agents, which is like, Hawaiiana, Touchstone, Hawaiian Properties, and those types of properties, those companies where owners send their maintenance fees into. A lot of those property managers, their titles are property managers. Some of those titles could be community association managers or portfolio managers or account executives. They just manage a large portfolio, basically, right? But they're all property managers. Okay, so I guess to answer your question, the word property manager can mean a lot of things. It just depends on who you're speaking to. And then a site manager it could be a lot of things too, right? Site managers can run a building that's 50 units or a few hundred units. And they basically do the same things that resident managers do, but resident managers are often provided a place to live on site, right? And then there's the general manager. I would say the difference between a resident manager, general manager, some general managers live on site. So some general managers are resident managers, and then some general managers don't live on site, but they're given a housing allowance, right?
I see.
It just again, it all depends. But when you start earning the title of general manager, those salaries and responsibilities of those individuals are often much higher because they're overseeing a larger staff where they have to submit timesheets and do more work with the managing agent and the board and the budget and stuff like that, right? Not to discredit all the hardworking site managers out there, but some of them may not have the skill set to work in a larger setting with tons of amenities and running operations in a large building 24/7. Some of the smaller buildings will hire site managers that kind of do the work of a janitorial person and a maintenance person all in one. Those smaller buildings will require less admin work and so forth and so on. So yeah, I hope that answers the questions.
Yes, I guess, for site managers, maybe that could be some entry-level position, someone who just, got your foot into this industry, started doing. But it sounds like general manager, you do have to be very experienced and could be very experienced property managers, with combined experience in site manager that will entitle you to apply for that position. Usually you get a much higher pay and you're really in a manager role because there will be a lot of subordinate employees who report to you. You're sort of in charge of the buildings, all, administrative, like maintenance and security, HR issues. It's really important especially for bigger projects, right?
100%. And thanks again for inviting me on the show. Nah, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Congratulations on you making partner at your firm and everything. I've seen you work.
Well, that was 3 years ago, though. It's belated, but thank you.
It's a late congratulations because we're supposed
Thank
to
you.
but no, and you had reached out because I was on the cover of that magazine recently, the Building Hawaii magazine. And just for the record, I wanted to go on air and say that there's a lot of people I didn't thank in there because I didn't necessarily work for some of these management companies. Like I've never worked for Hawaiiana. I was never on their payroll, right? Or Hawaiian Properties. I never worked there, but I did work at the other places. But even though I never worked there, I was their subcontractor at many buildings. I've in my career, Hawaiiana managers have hired me at a lot of associations and my staff, as well as Hawaiian Properties. And there's a couple of executives at Hawaiian Properties that said, "Hey, man, you never thanked us." And I was like, "I never worked for you guys, but technically I did." And I just want to say thank you to all the managing agents out there that have given our team an opportunity to represent your association, specifically Kevin Ikeda from Hawaiian Properties and Glenn Suzuki. Thanks, guys.
So, I'm so glad to, see how you, develop in your role and making such a, good success, especially also as, I know you're also, with immigrant background. So I'm really proud of that. And having worked in these different professional roles, what do you like about your profession and what do you not like about it for people who are thinking about, maybe try this?
That is a great question. Although I've never been asked that question, I think it's quite easy for me to answer. And I probably wouldn't know how to answer this if you asked me a few years ago. But, when we become professionals in our space, we get really good at what we do. And we sometimes we put on an act. It's a professional act. You have to be confident. You have to get back to the customer right away. You have to do all these things, right? But at the end of it, you have to be yourself, right? And I think naturally I'm a really helpful person. And so in all of my buildings, there's so many different demographics of people. There's military veterans, there's local Asian, there's Europeans, there's mainlanders from Texas or California. I feel that I've lived all over the place and had so many experiences being an immigrant, and I'm able to relate to residents in multiple languages. You know what I mean? I don't speak it, but thank God for Chat GPT and Google Translate. We can do notices in multiple languages now. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, I feel comfortable being myself, speaking to residents. And does that answer your question?
So good people skill sounds like it would be a necessary, tool you have to be in this industry. Sounds like that would be a big plus, right?
That's one of them. You have to have really, really thick skin also.
Understandably, because people usually reach out to these managers when they have problems, and some of them may not be in a good mood by the time they need to reach out to a property manager or general manager, right?
Yeah. If my phone is ringing, some association is having a hard time, right? And what I enjoy is being a problem solver. And I think I love to sit down with the board and set goals and crush those goals together. And that's what I enjoy doing hard things and making it easy. And just accomplishing things that other people where people failed at, because you're asking me about what's the difference between all these different types of managers, right? And it's basically there's entry level, and then you work your way up to a GM, right? And all the top GMs in town are making top dollar. So people that are getting into the industry, my recommendation, the pro tips are, get into a small building, and no matter where you're at in the process, find a mentor, right? And there's best building practices. Call me, I'll give you free advice. Every building you should have a tailored approach, because the X, Y's, and Z's that I do for this association is going to be different over here. Plus, depending on their budget, some people always say like, "Oh man, this building over here has this and this." Yeah, but you have like 1,000 units and they only have 100. You can't afford it. You have to be very realistic on what the budget is and what you can afford, right? So
have a good sense about the numbers, budget, maybe have some building maintenance related technical background that helps as well, for sure, right?
Yeah, and what I've seen lately is there's a lot more reserve studies, types of companies, third parties that are forming because associations are having a very hard time with their budget and their reserve studies. Inflation's going up, contractors' pricing's going up. Everybody's got to get hold of their budgets, right? So,
there's also a change in the statute. That's also why, good opportunities there, and crises always bring opportunities, as we always see.
I agree.
Yeah, so what be the preferred way, or the best way to communicate it with them? Because everybody is so busy, especially they could be on site, they could be in a meeting. What would be the recommended way to communicate with such professionals to, basically improve like a owner or tenant's communication with them?
Technology and cloud. You can be multiple places at once. Um, I used to follow one of my mentors around, Jim Merrill. He's arguably one of the most knowledgeable guys in the industry over at Touchstone. And every board meeting, he would literally lug the bylaws, which are like this thick, declarations and house rules. He had it all printed out. He'd carry everything with him. And any question that any resident had, he said, hold on one second. Thumb through it. Oh, it says here that it's not allowed, or common area says this, and he'll just look it up, and that's a lot of times other property managers, oh, let me get the attorney involved, and but a lot of times you can just read the documents, and the documents will answer the questions, and he was always available to do that. So to answer your question, the way I do it now, I'm not going to lug around all these books. I mean, you digitize everything and put it on the cloud, and you can have access to data at your fingertips. To me, that's a faster way of giving customer service. You can email things to people. You can text message. You have to use the tools in this day and age. So I think Zoom is also a good way for people, especially during COVID, to do board meetings. It's quite efficient if you have a chair that So learning how to do 1 hour board meetings too. I should teach a class on that.
I see. So I guess for owners and residents, they also need to understand, a property manager may not have the answer you want at the fingertip, because they manage so many projects. As you said, they may need to look up the project documents or even consult with the attorney for the association. So probably better if something, urgent, I would say make a phone call, but then definitely follow up with something via email. That way, people can go back and refer to that to get, a record of what was communicated and what needs to be done for a follow-up. Does that sound fair?
Yes, I would definitely, again, you have to learn the ways other people communicate. I mean, some people communicate through social media nowadays through business, right? So how do they like to respond to you? They prefer to be texted on their phones? Do they prefer to be send it to me on text, send it to me on WhatsApp, email me? You just have to ask how people want things delivered, really, and just customize that approach. But there are so many different ways you can share information on the cloud and collaborate nowadays and work efficiently. And I would love to do a separate seminar on that, because I think that I think the workforce that serves the condo industry could be better. I think a lot of times we have a lot of classes for general managers and stuff, but no one's really teaching the admin people how to be faster. Because I'll sit with people. I used to teach keyboarding at Kalamazoo High School. I was a teacher for a very short time, but just cutting and pasting using hotkeys. Keyboard efficiency is I can type 80 words a minute. So I think if you trained admin people to do work more efficiently, I think the workforce could also increase productivity. Because the reason why I say that is because when we pick up buildings, it's been neglected, or there's somebody couldn't service it, or just didn't show up for like 3 months, or maybe they struggled with admin, and they're great janitors, and they promoted them and just couldn't do the admin work. So a lot of the admin side of the association suffer badly. I mean, I think people can agree all over the place on that. So
I see. But like many other industries, especially post-pandemic, I think property management companies are also struggling to try to staff for their workforce, right? So it's always a challenge to find good candidates to fill those open positions. So why, what are the special challenges unique to this industry?
I have some friends of mine from the MBA program, and they're getting married this weekend, and I wanted to talk to a few of them because there is no curriculum at UH that teaches like condo management type stuff. There's between 2 to 3,000 condominiums in Hawaii. Okay, that's the that's the inventory, and there's really no governing body that standardizes training for all these managers. Now, granted, there's organizations like IREM, and they have the accredited resident manager, but that's very basic to me, and I don't want to discredit that organization or what that is, but there's lots more, and I maybe we can take that and expound on that type of training, and then Community Association Institute CI, they also offer training for board members and managers and stuff like that, but I think we can do more. I think the association can. I mean, I think the industry can do better, and I'm actually working on that because I've been networking with a lot of the super block guys, those building managers, those GMs, super experienced, and a handful of them are dealing with construction defects with these developer issues. Regardless of the building, right? It's luxuriness, it's salary, it's people, it's board, whatever the manager, absorb, whatever negligence or construction wise or good or bad, we have to deal with it, right? And I think being organized administratively there has to be a better training system because I think boards go from staff to staff member to manager just hoping they find somebody, and it's that's
I see. So then, like for the existing, professionals in this field, what are their typical academic or training background? Are they like a fresh graduates from college, or no? They usually switch career.
I mean, if you're looking at all the top GMs in Kaka'ako, their backgrounds are all over the place, right? There's Leland Nye, he's at Allure. He has a college degree. He worked for Hawaiiana for a while. Then he became a GM. Like the Comini brothers and Dave Felipe. I think there was in hospitality and hotels and security. Brian Liu from Awaya. I think he came from Asosha. So there's some people that come from the managing agent side. Some people come from security. But it just, I mean, the industry, it's a lucrative industry. A lot of people get into it for, but yeah, you kind of fall into it, right? Some people come through real estate, but there's really no entry point. It's just, there's not, right?
So how did you become one? What motivated you to pursue this industry initially?
I was playing tennis with Keone Gaspar. He was the owner of Blazing Steaks Atkinson, and his dad is Jim Merrill. And
wow, that's a good one.
Yeah.
You're happy, but you're a really good tennis player, right? As I recall.
And Keone is like a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, and he would just punish me. But I think that was like one of the best introductions that I've had was my introduction to Jim. And then, and I've met tons of other people, over at Hawaiiana and Hawaiian Properties, like Kevin Agana and Glenn Suzuki. Those guys have, and then the thing is, I work with a lot of these managing agents now, and these property managers, and I used to work with them. I was in the cubicle next to them when I was at Asosha, so there's an industry relationship, like when I stop by their offices, like I know they're admins, like how property managers jump around from Hawaiiana to Hawaiian Properties. So do the admins, so do the accountants, so it's the industry it's really cool. It's cool to see, the industry feeding a lot of families here, as well as yourself, right? You're growing out the condo division in your firm. How's that going?
It's been good. Yes. So I guess I think today's show then will be a valuable one because we really want to inspire people to maybe consider this industry if, either you haven't thought about that perhaps you're in the process of thinking about a career switch, or even for high school students or college students who are thinking about your next step in life. So what would be your advice to them for those very young people, like either in high school or college, dreaming about their future, what they would do? What would you give them if this could be a good one to start, and how do you prepare for that?
Do you like superheroes? Do you watch?
My boys love them. Yeah.
Do they like Batman?
Batman, yes. Superman, yes.
Batman,
Iron Man, yes.
Batman used to work with Commissioner Gordon, and when Commissioner Gordon needed him, he put the bat signal, right? So, and he would call him on the bat phone. So when there was a time when, man, I was at Scheidler at UH, and I just started the company in 2015, and I recruited a lot of the undergraduates from the Scheidler Business College, and we recruited heavily, and these guys are all tech savvy. Some of them are still in the industry, some of them went to other contractors, but there's a season where like the company grew like 400% that year. I think it was in 2018, and it was a great way to get people in the industry. We were going to a lot of the human resource recruitment at UH, and I'm not that big anymore because I'm kind of doing more of the consulting and doing the bigger buildings. But when the staff, it was a great way to get people in the industry. At those what are those, the job fairs?
Yeah, there's one actually upcoming. The city's job fair is upcoming, I believe.
Yeah. So I used to set up booths, and getting into the industry also is tough. And again, I wanted to share my frustration a little bit because it's not standardized. And I'm talking to a few educators at UH to develop a curriculum to actually teach it. I don't think one exists right now. So maybe I'll go back and get my PhD and do it. That's actually a serious conversation that maybe we'll, but somebody needs to. And, up until then, you'll just get lucky if you have a good resume that can, service everything you need, right? And
get your foot into the door, and then you'll get all the training you need.
Hope for the best. But I think if you're really trained in this, and then you'll have more answers, right? So, you off the bat. So sometimes you have to wait for managers to kind of like a couple of months to get used to it, but sometimes you may not need to turn things around sooner. The timeline for certain associations are different depending on the needs and the budget and everything.
So for people who got some years of work experience under their belt, if they're thinking about applying for an open position as a property manager, what would be the minimum requirements?
Now, see, I mean, are you asking to do on-site management or general manager or
you can, why don't we start with the site manager and property manager?
Yeah, because see, you could go work for the managing agent also, and those guys are the ones that take minutes, and they deal with the contractors, help you with your budget. They're the liaison between you and the associate, the managing agent and the ownership. So that's another route to take, and that's another lucrative industry. I think a full portfolio, a seasoned manager might juggle 10 to 15 properties, especially now with technology the way it is. So I think if you're new, just getting into the industry, the managing agents will give you some small buildings that, if you mess up, they're giving you the ones that just don't pay that much, right? You're going to get like the small bit, and they maybe the 20 unit walk-ups, and you'll probably have like 10 of those. You may not enjoy it either because the small buildings don't pay that much. You might deal with board members that they're not like executive CEOs, right? Not you might deal with board members just just regular like maintenance people, just that they just live somewhere that, what I mean, they're going to take their knowledge and their education as far as they can while serving on a nonprofit board, right? Because these associations are nonprofits, and there's another fiduciary responsibility with being a board member, right? So anyways, I'm kind of jumping to different tangents, but getting in the industry as a site manager with no college, you don't need college. You don't need college to do this, right? I think what college does, it might be impressive for some board members because it shows that you've completed something difficult. But it depends on what your degree is in. If it's in business, sure, you should be expected to be a high level communicator, writing good notices, you know what I mean, effectively communicating with vendors, and being helpful like that. But again, at the end of the day, it's hospitality, right? So if you come with an open heart and you're helpful, even if you don't know the industry, but you're a helpful person. If you're naturally a helpful person, this is a good industry to be in.
That's great.
Because some people, their love language is acts of service, right? If you're a service type of person and have a understanding personality to deal with multiple types of people, then this is an industry for you, right? But if you're sensitive and you don't know how to multitask, maybe it's not for you. But if you want to get better at multitasking, this is definitely, there's tons of challenges get thrown at you every day that you have to, like, what was important yesterday might be moved on the back burner tomorrow because something else more priority came up, right? So it's a constant juggling act of priorities, right? So using the Google Calendar, or if you're using Outlook, use the Outlook calendar. Regardless, sync your calendar to your phone. Everybody has a phone nowadays, and if you're not using the calendar, when Alakai Mechanical is showing up at 3 p.m. tomorrow, and you copy all your team members, right? Those basic communication type stuff like that can also be the success or failure of a team, right? So when I started this company doing site management in 2015, I wanted to give a team approach, kind of blending white collar and blue collar work together with all this information on the cloud, and it's worked well. We still pick up buildings where they will create a Gmail account for the building. I'm like, it's funny to me that some resident managers, they'll use their personal emails, like their Yahoo accounts for business. I don't agree with that, right? Because if they get fired, all of that information that was for the building is lost, right? So here's another pro tip, guys. If your associations don't already have a cloud-based storage for the documents on file, give me a call. We gotta get an email. It's all about streamlined communication, because resident managers and site managers get fired, or they quit, or they move on. No one's ever gonna retire there. So you have to have consistent information with the association, with the board, And
so we're running out of time, but thank you so much for the information, and we really appreciate you taking the time to join us today. Thank you, Mano.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the U.S., and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk's stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know, all of these tents out here, you know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Will Trump Be Able to Get Away with It? He's intentionally gotten into contentious litigation cases by the thousands during his life, so he's no stranger to legal stress and strategies. Further, he's been manipulating the media for decades, so he's no stranger to fooling reporters, broadcasters, and interviewers. Finally, he's been telling bold-faced lies and spreading disinformation for years, so he's no stranger to deceiving everyone around him. Although he is hopelessly ignorant, he's intuitively good at demeaning, threatening, and attacking his adversaries, and creating fear and chaos. Trump's appointee Aileen Cannon is likely to let him get off the hook on the Mar-a-Lago case, and she will go down in history for that. In the D.C. case, Trump will try to subvert the jury, the DOJ, and the witnesses. He will also challenge Judge Chutkan to put him in jail for contempt, but she is not likely to do that. Phony Willis has a very considerable burden with so many defendants, witnesses, and issues in the Georgia case. It is not clear she can convict Trump before Election Day. The complexity of selecting juries, presenting evidence, and arguing pre- and post-trial motions will allow Trump a myriad of possibilities to delay any conviction. For a criminal conviction, the verdict needs to be unanimous. So if Trump can intimidate, suborn, or otherwise convince just one juror in his favor, he can beat a conviction in that case. This may be a significant obstacle. In any event, it's not clear that a conviction in any of these cases can be final of appeal by Election Day. We can count on Trump to delay everything, and to slow things down by criticizing the officials and the system. And don't forget there are a lot of Trump judges on the appellate courts, so there is no guarantee that a conviction will not be reversed or remanded on appeal. And of course the Supreme Court is more likely than not to rule in his favor. He will make himself a Bonnie and Clyde folk hero by stirring up the media every day. This will help him entertain and provoke his base, and of course raise more money. On top of all that, there is at least a fair chance that these indictments will lose their relevance and their immediacy by Election Day. Things will change in the world. People will get tired of these cases and move on. While Joe Biden is busy doing the best job he can, Trump will nevertheless be attacking him in every way possible. That, along with Trump's entertainment approach, may cost Biden the election. While Trump entertains, Jack Smith properly doesn't talk about it. Televised trials or not, Trump will have the floor, and he will exploit it all the way through. Remember, too, that Trump will be sending dog whistles to his base, and that there will be threats of violence by unhinged followers at any time in the process. So don't hold your breath for accountability or preservation of the rule of law. Trump will do everything he can to disrupt and distract us, and break the system. There are two ways to stop him. First, focus laser-like on getting him convicted and sentenced to prison. Yes, prison. Also, get a more aggressive Democratic candidate. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Will Trump Be Able to Get Away with It? Aloha.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even if it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
And welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell, and this is Keeping the World Company. Global Connections, the Philippines versus China in the South China Sea. And talk to a security analyst in the Philippines, in Manila right now, Carla Cruz. Thank you for joining us, Carla. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say the same things. I'm warning you now. Okay. Oh, that.
You said the wrong show.
Oh, welcome back to ThinkTech. I'm Jay Fidell, and this is Global Connections. We're talking about the Philippines versus China in the South China Sea with security analyst Carla Cruz, who joins us from Manila. Here's a map of the area. We'll be talking about this map through the show. And Carla, welcome to the show. So happy to have you here.
Hi, Jay. Good morning from the Philippines.
So let's talk about the South China Sea. I mean, we all hear about it, and I'm afraid a lot of people don't know exactly where it is or what it means. So we'll show the map, but you need to tell us why it's important.
Okay, so the string of islands under Taiwan, kind of in the middle of everything, is the Philippines. But we are the Mexico of Asia, as Jokoy says. So we were conquered by the Spanish, very different from, I guess, the rest of the region. We're the only Catholic country in this another side of the world. Yeah.
Okay, so why is the South China Sea important? You know, I was on a cruise not 6 months ago in the South China Sea. My wife said to me, are you sure it's safe? I said, no, I'm not sure it's safe. Is it safe?
Where did you go? Where did you go on a cruise?
From Indonesia to Thailand to Vietnam to Singapore.
I guess there's a lot of navies there, so you would have been safe. But is it okay? So what is happening? You know, when you, I was trying to find a way to explain this to your viewers, especially because there's so many more Filipinos there than people realize. And the problem is not only a Filipino problem, but it's a global problem. It's a Pacific problem, first of all. And what is at stake and what we have to come together to understand is, one, we're not talking to somebody on the other side who sees the same kind of adversaries as we do. We don't share the same value systems. So it hasn't been since time immemorial, right? But since 1989, China's rhetoric changed towards America and its allies, including the Philippines. And just like America, China also has this whole patriotic national education, but I think theirs is at an extreme. And so while this 9-line, 10-line, maybe tomorrow it'll be an 11-line, comes, at the end of the day, we cannot live together in harmony. And I think that's what everybody wants. And so that's what's making problems. Yeah.
Yeah, well, but they're economically driven. They want to control traffic in the South China Sea. And they're geopolitical. They want to control territory wherever they can. And unfortunately, you're part of their effort in that regard. You talked about the 9-9 line, the
9-9, yes.
9- line and the 10 line and 10- line and the 11-
yes.
line.
That was a joke.
Yeah, I know. It's really 9 and 11. It's no 10.
Yes.
So
yes.
why don't we put the map up and you can give us a kind of handle on where those lines are and what they mean and whether they are real or unreal and who likes what line?
Well, okay, China claims that they've had this map since I don't know whose I don't know whose time, right? And this 9- line was what the Philippines took to The Hague and was awarded territorial claim over, if we can draw it, it's from all the way from basically from Japan, like the Senkaku Islands, all the way down to Malaysia. So they pretty much own the entire South China Sea. And has not considered anything under UNCLOS, which they are a party to, actually, that mentions the exclusive economic zones of countries, archipelagic sea lanes that should be respected when practicing freedom of navigation, for example. So it's kind of this convoluted convenience that they have. But when it doesn't suit them, obviously, then they try and push their lines. That's how I think. Yeah, this is the best way to explain it.
Well, I thought that proceeding in The Hague, which was the first time under the Law of the Sea Convention, as I recall, that somebody took a dispute like this over exactly what China was entitled to. That dispute, they did not participate in that controversy, even though they are a member of the Law of the Sea and all that, which I thought was interesting. And the Philippines won. Am I right? The Philippines won that arbitration under the Law of the Sea, and they won in The Hague. And then there was a decision that agreed with the Philippines, line in the sea and its claims. And so the Chinese completely ignored that, which I think the world condemned them for that. They didn't participate, and then they ignored the result, and they're just being bullies. That's what it looks like to me. What do the people in the Philippines feel about that?
A good example actually is the U.S. Respecting rule of law, and we just talk about rule of law, and whether the U.S. isn't a party to UNCLOS, but they respect the rules that come with UNCLOS, whether or not they're a party to it. China does not, right? And I think that the Philippines at first, we're a nation of 7,107 islands and a people of 120 million population strong, right? And it's hard to get everybody to understand something that's like very big and kind of national security related. Like, how do you explain to somebody that, like, our power grid, it has foreign ownership, and you have a Huawei whose devices are tapped. But a couple of days ago, we had an incident where a commercial vessel rammed into a fishing boat in the area where the barriers were cut out, and 3 people died. This is not the first time this has happened, but I think this is the worst because, one, the vessel didn't even stop.
What was the nationality of the vessel?
Marshall Islands.
And what about the other vessel?
Filipino fishing vessel.
Okay. All right.
And
continue.
It's 2 small vessels, so it was anchored because of the weather. When they're fishing, their lights are on, you're not going to miss them, right? And they all have transponders because they're over 30 metric tons. They can't sail out here over 30 metric tons without a transponder at least, or a radio. So they definitely knew they were there, okay? This Pacific Anna, an oil tanker with the Marshall Islands, registered in the Marshall Islands, too early in the morning, rammed into it, just rammed straight into it and killed 3 fishermen. they did not stop. So the other fishermen in the smaller boats had to go back. The boat had completely capsized and cut in half. They had to retrieve the bodies of their 3 companions and then bring them to shore. This is 190 nautical miles off the shore in Bajo de Masinloc.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll leave it up to you to look at this.
What
Under
shore? Off
investigation.
what? The Filipino shore?
Yeah, the Philippines. Yes. So well
but
within our
the economic zone is 200 miles, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. That's correct. You can look at the ownership. You can look up where the ship has been, and if it's really been an oil tanker. Let's put it that way. But what needs to be highlighted is the irregular gray zone that China operates in, and that we as people, our lives are really disturbed. We cannot fish in our waters, because even if they say we can fish, they come and harass our fishermen, or they'll shoo them away. Vietnam is the same, and really for centuries we've lived in harmony with Vietnam and Malaysia, and no matter what conflict we have, we've been able to resolve. So in as much as they say ASEAN is useless maybe, yeah, because we don't want to confront each other, but ASEAN's useful because we have been able to live this way. And only when these people have come in has this happened, right? So again, our fishermen are dying. Our fishermen cannot fish. And even if it was an accident, they could have stopped and brought them to.
So are you saying that the oil tanker was Chinese?
It appears that it is owned by a Chinese company, yes.
Mm. Well, there's been a lot of incidents over the past year, and it's increasing, isn't it? I mean, for example, I read about this barrier that the Chinese put down that stopped the Filipino fishermen from fishing. And a friend named Marcos Jr. Instructed his Coast Guard to go out there and cut that barrier, cut the line to it so it folded. And then the Chinese were all hoo-hoo about it. And they said this is a provocation. But
they said they cut it. They said they cut it. Not us.
Really? We have this photographs in the newspaper of a guy from the Filipino Coast Guard showing that he cut it. So this is interesting.
That was their press release to their country, that they cut it because it was endangering the corals, and I don't know what story they put out.
Yeah, but they also attacked the Philippines for provocation. Said this is all very provocative kind of thing. Although they didn't do anything about it, they said there had to be some response, but there was no response except the rhetoric. And so I mean, this goes on, and maybe some lying in there too, some propaganda in there too. But that's not a happy time. And then there was another one where there's a Filipino ship that was used as a residence, and what did the Chinese do with that?
So is that the Sierra Madre? BRP
Yes,
Sierra Madre?
yes, the Sierra Madre.
Okay. So the Sierra Madre was actually marooned in that area in 1998 because those are our islands, right? And we don't obviously have the money to build these monstrous, artificial islands and set up a base, but to lay our flag and stake our claim, we marooned a boat, which is kind of smart for a third world country, I must say, Jay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, they're pretty good. You're
So
dealing with
more.
China, stroke for stroke.
Yeah. I think, and yesterday I went to visit our troops that do their resupply, and just to see them and ask them, how is it? And they said, ma'am, every day is a different day. And every day they get braver, and they think that's going to be the day. That's going to be the day that they're going to be shot at. And that's going to be the day that it's going to all start. And they're ready. I mean, it's like the Filipino has so much heart, right? The Chinese, I don't know how much heart they have, or I don't know how far they're going to go, because they actually haven't really gone to war, a war this big, Jay, if you study it, right? And our numbers show that their attrition before they would even begin is about 30%. So I don't know how well they would do, you know.
Well, let's talk about, let's take another thread now. Let's take the thread of the American military and its presence in the Philippines. When I was in the service, was in the 60s, we had Sangley Point, we had Subic Bay, and there were others too, all around the Philippines. And you were mentioning before the show that they went away, that the United States pulled all those bases in the 90s, I guess?
92, yeah.
92, leaving no American military bases. So can you continue the story on from there about what happened with military presence in the Philippines?
So in 1992, basically, they were completely removed by Senate legislation. I think one vote won anyway. And so, it slowed down our military's progress because much of the rent that was being paid was going to modernizing our military. Anyway, cut a long story short, in 1997, the Visiting Forces Agreement was signed, which allowed for troops to rotate every 6 months in our bases. And as the threat increased with our neighbors from the north, then there was a need to stock weapons here. We use them as forward locations, and and actually train and be interoperable with each other. So the Balikatan exercises happened, which happened once a year, and that last year was the biggest, 40,000 troops from both countries. And we now have games year-round with our partners and allies. And not only with the military, but I think there's a lot of civil military. I'm a civilian in this defense sector. So there's a lot of civilian military cooperation, and we've learned so much. And, so we've gone from VFA to EDCA, and now we have 9 EDCA bases. 2 of them are up north, 4 of them are up to the northern side, and then some closer to Palawan, and then in the center. But again, we're going to be adding some in the Pacific side.
These are American
which
bases.
We should talk about. No. So these are Filipino bases. So it's unconstitutional to have American-owned bases. Foreigners also cannot own land in the Philippines. So what we've been able to do is allow for the Americans to be present in our bases, help us build out our bases, fortify our bases, and actually locate in our bases. So we live in the same barracks, we eat the same food, we hang out together, and it's amazing. It's an amazing setup that I think is admirable for 2 sovereign nations to sit side by side with each other and actually work side by side.
Well, we've been close, actually. We were close after 1898 in the Spanish-American War. We were close, certainly, with MacArthur coming back in the Second World War. And, we have a very close relationship with the Philippines. And that Hawaii has tons and tons of Filipino families here who enjoy Hawaii and across the country. So there's a certain shoulder-to-shoulder relationship, and therefore, it only fits that we have a geopolitical relationship as well, and a military defense relationship. So I want to talk about military defense. In that incident where the Filipino Coast Guard cut the cable, there was an article that said that Fernando Marcos Jr. would not have taken that step because it was a risky step. He could have had a bad reaction from China, but he did that because Joe Biden is closer to the Philippines now, and he swears protection to the Philippines. What is the situation as far as you're concerned?
I think it takes two to tango, right? But the relationship, goes very deep. Douglas MacArthur, more than I shall return, his second most famous quote is, "Give me 10,000 Filipino soldiers and I will conquer the world." Right? So, that I love. and Filipino soldiers are different. Filipinos are different, right? So, one, we have a mutual defense treaty, which was signed in 1956, I think. Which any attack on the Philippines or on the U.S. is an attack on the other, and guarantees each other the protection. But I would say that under Joe Biden, I'm not saying as for a Democrat president, but under Joe Biden, yes, there has been a lot of movement, and the commitment made, especially by both houses. So there was a hearing last week in the lower house, your lower house, and we've had several visits from, for example, Senator Rick Scott of Florida is very, very supportive of the Philippines and has taken the time to understand what the issues are, right? More than just military assistance, Jay, I think that the Philippines needs to become part of the defense supply chain, which will allow us to contribute to the defense economy of the US. We cannot just be a receiver of goods. We cannot just be a receiver of technology. We have to contribute somehow to this partnership, right? And I think that's the most important and logical step forward. And our President Marcos has a very, very strong economic program, and I believe when he sees that this is what Joe Biden also brings to the table, he'll definitely see that and make that happen.
Now that's very important because it helps your economy, doesn't it? Big time.
Yeah. So I actually wanted to add, you mentioned Subic Bay earlier. So Subic Bay was returned to American ownership, but through a private deal through Cerberus. So they own a facility called Aguila, which used to be the Subic Naval Base, and then was taken over by Hanjin Heavy Industries of Korea. Then they went into receivership in 2017, I believe. And then Cerberus purchased the debt and took over the facility. And they're back to building ships and repairing military vessels for this side of the world. So it looks very, very promising, and I believe that that's the start of a really great economic partnership for the defense sector.
Yeah, and of course, the U.S. has lots of reasons to be friendly and to support the Philippines. Lots of reasons. It's not just the people, the culture, the respect for the character, the Filipinos, but it's or the economy for that matter, because it's your location that counts. And just a stone's throw away is Taiwan. China and Taiwan, which is explosive, and it seems like every day it gets more explosive. And what happens with you guys in the South China Sea is, sort of instructive about what the Chinese would do to Taiwan. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the role of the Philippines in protecting Taiwan, in joining with the United States in protecting Taiwan, and other countries like the Quad down there in protecting Taiwan? You can see it. You can feel it. It's right out there.
Every day. Yeah. Jay, we're preparing. The sad thing is, war is never something that we know what is coming, right? When Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Pearl Harbor happened, nobody knew that was the kind of war we were going to fight. And sadly, I think we're not prepared for the war we're about to fight. If we were just waiting for a bomb to fall, I think we would be okay because we have all the detectors in the world. We have all of that, right? But I think we're fighting a different war. We're fighting a war of the mind. Okay, China has taken a lot of American intellectual property. So how does that? I mean, that is a huge telltale of how they proceed, right? And how they move forward. They have no respect for other countries' positions. Do you think they have any respect for a person's decision-making capabilities? They will do anything in their power to make everybody become like them. And that's what worries me about their presence here, the money that they throw around developing countries, the money that they can throw around the Pacific Islands, for example, who are could be much worse off than we here in the Philippines are. And I think that's also the direction that I'd like to take another conversation in. How can the Philippines lead and move and become kind of a leader to these smaller Pacific islands, knowing that we have some kind of shared history? And then kind of it then goes into Hawaii. It's like the Pacific reunification in a way, right? Because that's a much bigger problem, if that becomes a problem, than just the South China Sea, which is easier to contain, I believe.
Yeah, that makes you very important because Pacific Islands have to have what do you call it, geographical leadership. So many places around you need to have a successful country with good diplomatic relations and all that, to be a leader and to bring them together and to counteract what China is doing, has been doing, and will do.
Yeah.
So you are very important in setting the tone for this whole region, especially with regard to Taiwan.
Yeah. Yes. I think China will do whatever they want about Taiwan. I'll be honest with you. Nobody can stop Xi Jinping unless he realizes that will not do him any favors. He's so set, and I think it's just a matter of time. I think the Philippines needs to just accept that they'll do whatever. They're here, right? There's millions of them here. What they're doing here, we don't know. Okay, but how do we then make that into something in the future, right? We still have a whole life ahead of us. How do we become a bigger sibling to our Pacific Island brothers and sisters so it doesn't happen to them and they're not bullied? That's my point, because I have many more years, hopefully, left in this industry.
Well, and you talk about the Marshall Islands. The Chinese have a big presence in the Marshall Islands. Ergo that oil tanker under Marshall Lee's flag is really Chinese, and we've heard that from other guests on our shows.
Oh, you have?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Well, yes. Yeah, we're talking about Chris. Chris Cottrell.
Yes.
Yeah, who you know.
Yeah. Okay.
He spent plenty of time up there. Anyway, I want to get a handle on where you think this is all going. I mean, in an ideal sense, and in a realistic sense, where are the Philippines going? I mean, it has great promise, but it is a democracy, and there is voting, and there are governmental legislative machinations, just like in this country, which may be volatile and unpredictable. And if you talk about having a steady policy with regard to relations with the U.S. and geopolitical diplomatic connections with all these places around you, which I agree are very important, you have to have a stable government. So query, what does it look like?
Okay, the difference between the Philippines and the U.S. is the Philippine military has a mandate to protect the Philippine Constitution. So if any government official leader kind of falls out of line, they're a check and balance. Like, that's something that makes us very different. So I'll leave that here. But the realistic situation is we are finding more and more fighting age Chinese, undocumented here in the country, that are up north, closer to Taiwan. Yes. What is going to happen? I don't know. Again, but there's a reason why they're there, and again, it's only a matter of time, because China is running out of many resources that they need to survive. They can't feed their people anymore, and they can't do that. So worst case scenario is, I don't know, they take all our fish and take over Taiwan, because Taiwan still has all these other resources. I think that's the reason why they want to do that, right? But the best case scenario, I think, would be for the Philippines and the first island chain to contain Taiwan in the to contain China in the South China Sea, and force them to go all around the world and not be able to pass our lanes.
Yeah, they say that if Ukraine wins against Russia, that'll be a signal to China that you can't do aggression against your neighbor. And it will reduce the possibility that China would attack Taiwan. And so if the Philippines are strong, if the relationship of the Philippines and the U.S. is strong, that's another indicator for China that it doesn't pay to attack Taiwan. So it's part of a larger comprehension, but it affects their strategical thinking for sure. You mentioned one thing, Carla, that I want to follow up on. You say there are Chinese in the Philippines, and there are Americans in the Philippines, and there are Filipinos everywhere in the world, everywhere, which is to your credit and to
12 million.
12 million, all right.
Overseas Filipinos. Yeah.
So what do you see the future of that? I mean, are you going to, if I really get tired and fed up with what's going on in Congress here in the United States, what about the Philippines, the place I could go to and retire to? You're going to let
me? Actually, we have a special program. I'm not kidding. We have a special program for retirees in the Philippines. Your U.S. healthcare system, I feel like I'm an ad, but the U.S. Medicare works here, like a private healthcare service. And I believe some people have actually done that to take advantage of it and are pretty happy with it. Look, there's 7,000 islands. We're happy to have people like you, definitely, who love the islands just as much as we do.
Have you resolved the insurrection groups around the Philippines, or are they still active?
Yeah. I think we have. They're kind of more guerrilla fighters. They've lost all ideology. I think there's maybe a couple of thousand left, from 50,000. But really where we have to move our lines of defense are towards our external defense, and use technology. I think more than people, we need to use technology. Because there's so much water and so many islands to cover. It's crazy.
Well, I'm getting the idea that the Philippines cares about technology, wants to develop its technology sector, and develop it for not only defense, but for everything else, to be in the, what did you call it, the defense pipeline, supply line.
Yeah.
And maybe there are other things too. Do you see the Philippines as becoming a more technological country, sort of like India?
So the Philippines does a lot of business process outsourcing and has taken a lot of business away from India because we obviously speak better English. India, though, has good programmers. What will work to our advantage, especially in the critical defense industry, is that we are a partner. And so, we have very favorable tax incentives, especially in economic zones for new industries. So I think that would be attractive. And again, the security of having your own island and being able to protect whatever you're building around it is very, very attractive for investors.
Yeah, it sure is. That sounds great. But the government has to protect that individual, that community, for sure.
That's true. Exactly.
So we only have a few minutes later, Carla. We only have a few minutes to go. And I want to just ask you about yourself. How did you get to be a security analyst? What's your range of activities, your range of expertise? Where did you get training for that? I want to become one too, How did you do that? Did you do that at the Sorbonne?
I actually, I always wanted to join the military, and my parents were not thrilled. I thought I was a boy, I think, but I went to school in Australia. I went to law school and I studied international studies. I majored in global security. And it's always been something, I was always interested in nuclear deterrence. It fascinated me. But I also never wanted to come home because I felt there was nothing at home here. It's not a natural thing for us to work for our family's businesses, and my family Business didn't really interest me. Let's put it that way. So I joined the World Economic Forum as a writer, and then learned about how technology could essentially democratize change and kind of help us leapfrog the many years that we had lost through corruption and greed and extractive institutions. And I said, okay, wait, maybe these new technologies are a thing. So I taught myself how to code, and then I joined an
Did
office
you
in the
really?
US.
Now that's determination, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe boredom, but yeah. So I taught myself how to code, and I learned blockchain. It fascinated me. The technology and the tenets behind blockchain technology was something I thought we could apply to secure democratic institutions, elections, identity systems, etc. And then I worked under Amir Dosal in the UN Office of Partnerships, ran 150 blockchain pilots in 2018. And then I wrote my government and asked if I could work for them. So I did. And I think they never got a letter like that ever. And I learned on the job. My sheltered, I guess, upbringing allowed me to stay very idealistic. And that I think many of the things I see and a lot of the change I want to happen in my life today is because I grew up with so much and I see so many people with so little getting taken away from them. And I don't believe that's right. So, defense and security is your first line to protecting your nation's integrity. And I think that's why I'm here. And that's why I love my job and what I do.
What a beautiful story. Would you ever run for office?
I don't think I can sing and dance. If Michael will tell you that elections here, you're required to sing and dance. But if given the opportunity, I would love to. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
sure. Yeah.
I guess maybe you should study a little singing and dancing then.
I'll finish my master's first. I'm writing my master's.
Priorities.
Yes.
I only have one more question for you, Carla.
Yes.
And that is, will you come back and share some more at another time? Can we talk to you again?
Yes, please. I would love to. There's a lot we can talk about. And I hope to hear from your viewers. If you have any questions, put them in touch. We'd love to just share more about what's happening here. I think people need to be educated about what's going on here. We're not that far from each other. And it's a problem that we all need to understand on our level. Yeah.
Hands across the sea for sure. Well, exactly. I'm not going to say au revoir, but I will say à tout à l'heure.
Mahalo.
Mahalo.
Thank
Aloha.
you. Mahalo. Aloha. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Carla. Aloha.
Stay well, Jay. Bye.
Bye.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him." We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of, "what about," attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of, what about, attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
Avoid legal action?
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Welcome to Inside Hawaii Real Estate, a show dedicated to providing up-to-date information news to Hawaii home buyers, sellers, and investors. I'm Will Tanaka with my co-host, business partner, and wife, Leonie Lam, a realtor with over 20 years experience in various leadership roles in the Hawaii real estate industry.
Thanks, Will. Will is a lawyer and the former head of a Hawaii title and escrow company. And now that we're full-time in real estate, we work as a team to bring you the latest in Hawaii real estate. And today we have an awesome guest who are looking forward to talking about important factors that you might want to consider about owning a condominium in Hawaii. We're also going to be learning from an expert about conflict resolution in Hawaii real estate. Can't wait.
And the moment has arrived. Here's our special guest, Matthew T. Evans, Esquire, a director of a highly respected law firm in Hawaii, Damon Key Leong Kupchak Hastert. And I remember back in our youth, well, my youth, because you're still young, Matt, we used to play in the Lawyers Basketball League. Remember those days?
I do remember. They seem very distant, but I do remember them.
And Matt's a Pacific Business News 40 Under 40. And his focus and expertise is on real estate and condo law, of course, business and commercial law, construction law, creditors' rights, and litigation and dispute resolution. And did you know Matt is a board of director of Meritas, a worldwide alliance of law firms across 240 global markets? Wow. Welcome, Matt.
Welcome, Matt.
Thank you, guys. Happy to be here. I mean, your enthusiasm is infectious. I'm super excited to be here. And thanks for shouting out that I was 40 under 40 at one point in time, although I'm no longer under 40, unfortunately. But it's all good. Happy to be here.
So, did you know that as of a couple of years ago, reported data showed that there were over 173,000 condo units on Oahu alone? And right now in the market, there are 1,123 fee simple condo and townhome units active for sale across the island. And that's in contrast to just 643 single family homes active on the market right now. So Matt, will you please help us to understand what does it mean to own a condo in Hawaii? What is a condo?
Sure. And those are interesting stats that I hadn't heard. And it's not surprising, though, I think, that to hear those numbers, given that in Hawaii, where I grew up anyway, we've always known that there's a finite supply of land available for purchase. And how are you going to own and sell and purchase land? And so that's really what a condo is. And what it comes down to is that it's just another way to own real property in Hawaii and elsewhere. Where traditionally you might think of owning property as you have your parcel of land, you build your home on it, you have your white picket fence, what have you. Condominiums are a creation of laws in relatively recent times as a means to own property whereby you do own a separate portion and that you actually have a deed to. It is yours. You own the legal title to that portion of property, but you also share other portions of property. We call them common elements through an undivided interest with the other condominium owners of your project or your property. And so it's just a different way to own property in Hawaii where you're sharing portions of it with others. And we do have a statute in Hawaii that which governs and allows the creation of condominiums, and that's Hawaii Revised Statutes Chapter 514B. We don't need to get into the details, but it's a legal creation. And thankfully, we have the reason we're seeing a lot more, I think, condominiums these days is because of the land shortage. And we're seeing a lot more vertical construction rather than swaths of land being developed, and for obvious reasons. But that's what condominium ownership means in a nutshell.
Okay, let's unpack that a little bit, because I just learned so much. So, when we think about condos, we always think about, most people think about vertical condos, high-riser condos. Sure. And then I think you kind of mentioned, in our pre-discussion about there's horizontal condominium property regimes, or, it could be like almost like a single family home, but it's still a condo. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that when people hear the word condominium colloquially, people that are maybe don't have a real estate background or aren't lawyers or haven't looked at the actual law creating or governing condominiums, I think that there is a misconception that oh, condominium equals apartment in a high-rise building or a 10-story building, what have you. But condominiums, and they do often look like that in the developments that we're seeing in many portions of, especially the downtown core near Ala Moana or in Kaka'ako, we are seeing those high-rise condominiums being developed and sold. But there are all types of condominiums, and they can look like single-family homes. And if you didn't look at the title to the property or you weren't actively purchasing it, you might never know that something is legally and technically a condominium versus just what people might think of as a normal single family home. And so you can find those all over the island, and certain, if a developer owns a big swath of land and it's another way for them to package it and sell it without having to go through the subdivision process at the city level. And so when you're looking up whether you're, if you're going to be purchasing property, you might be looking at buying a condominium, even if you don't know it. But at some point in the process, you'll figure it out. But a good point that condominiums can come in all shapes and sizes. In fact, there are commercial condominium units as well in many of these buildings and properties. I know our focus today is probably residential, but to your point, they can come in many different shapes and sizes.
In terms of people who are looking to condos and some of the benefits of purchasing condos, can you get into that a little bit?
And I'll say this I have experience as an attorney working with condominium associations, condominium managing agents, and I also have lived in owned and lived in a condominium for many years. So I have multiple hats in terms of that I can wear when I talk about this. But I think generally speaking, from a 30,000 foot level, some of the typical benefits that people think about when they own a condominium is that there's a shared maintenance obligation, so that people, if you're like me and you're not really interested in cutting your own grass all the time or worrying about the chipping paint on your garage, worrying about, do I have to, upgrade the pipes in my kitchen? If you're not really into the day-to-day maintenance of caring for your own home, then condominium ownership might be for you, because there's a shared responsibility and the ability to delegate those types of maintenance functions to a board of directors that's charged with managing the affairs of the association for the condominium, is what we call it, and hiring vendors and people to help you manage the property. Other benefits that you might think of, common benefits, particularly for like the high-rise condominiums that we're seeing being built in Kaka'ako and near Ala Moana Center. Some of them have 24-hour security or front desk services or concierge services even. Sometimes if you buy a condominium unit in some of these newer projects anyway, you have really, really nice amenities that you probably wouldn't find elsewhere if you're buying a single family home. Maybe a pool that's super, super nice, a gym so you don't have to, pay for a separate gym membership. Some of these newer condos are even going to have things like bowling alleys. I mean, the amenity list goes on and on. So it's a way to avail yourself of what might be perceived as luxury type experiences or amenities that you wouldn't get necessarily with a typical single family home purchase. And I think the last benefit that people will often think about is that you just get a general sense of community, because you could be owning this property with 400 other families, and you have a say in the direction of how the property is being used and enjoyed. And to that end, you'll have a lot of shared experiences and shared incentives to care for and maintain your property. And so that's attractive to some people, the idea that I'm going to be living in this kind of community with others that are like-minded individuals.
How about some reasons that, someone, looking into a condo, they may not like about a condo?
Well, that like the saying goes, there's two sides to every coin, and there's certainly downsides or perceived downsides. I think the biggest one and the most obvious one that people think about, if you have never owned a condo, you might be surprised that there's something called monthly maintenance fees that you're going to have to pay as a product of ownership of owning a condo. It's the other side of that equation. If you're a person that doesn't like cutting your grass or having to repaint the outside of your house, you got to pay someone to do it. And the way condominium associations accomplish that is by having the unit owners, whether it's 20 of you that make up this condominium association or 400 of you, pay monthly fees into a big pot that is used to fund the operations and maintenance requirements of a condominium property on an ongoing basis. And that entails not just projects that are or maintenance issues that need to be addressed now, but planning for the future as well. So those maintenance fees tend to go up year over year, and that's something to consider if you're going to be purchasing a condominium. Budgeting for that, it's even if the best planning can't always anticipate every need. that's gonna, pop up in the next 10, 20, 30 years of condominium ownership. So something to think about and plan for. Another potential, I guess, downside you can call it is that if you're a person that really is interested in, you don't like people telling you what to do, in condominium ownership, you give up some of your rights and your ability to dictate how you would want to make this decision with respect to your property. By agreeing to own a condo, you are also agreeing to abide by the rules that are in place for the use of your property. Those are set forth in governing documents like a condominium's declaration, the bylaws, which govern its board of directors, house rules. You are giving up a certain amount of rights. For example, maybe you have to get permission to do a renovation of your unit, which you wouldn't have to do if you just owned, residential single family a zoning parcel. So there's give and take. Those are kind of the two big ones I would say. I would also say that if you like your privacy, I think of some people in my own life that were considering owning a condo, and these are people that really, really value their privacy, that don't want people looking at them if they're not wearing covered shoes, or don't want to have to put on a change out of their pajamas to go get the mail. Maybe condominium ownership isn't for you because you're around people quite a bit, or you tend to be around others quite a bit. And so I guess if you're a really private person, that's something to consider as well.
So, like you were saying that, I guess, as a condo owner, and you kind of, you have to not mind being told what to do, right? But then in fact, condominium associations have boards, they have to. And so if I was living in a condo and I wanted to get involved, I mean, do you think that would be a good idea to help, to have a voice, or is it like a rewarding thing to do, or is it beneficial? Like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that is, you're right. So a condominium is run by its association, and the association acts through typically its board of directors, and that's set forth under the condo statute. And so, I think that the answer to your question is that it really depends on the type of person you are. I think that if you're considering whether you want to, put your name in the hat to run for a position on your board of directors for your condominium association, you certainly will have more of a direct say about the direction of the property as a whole, about how the association is going to be spending those maintenance fees that they've collected from all the unit owners. And so to the extent you want to kind of control your own destiny, sure, that's one way you can do it, is by agreeing to serve on the board of directors. Kind of the flip side of that is that it does tend to take a lot of time, and also fairly or unfairly, when things don't go right, or when someone inevitably disagrees with a decision that you might have been a part of, they're likely to voice that. And so if you are a person that does not want the responsibility of having to answer for potentially 300 to 400 other unit owners, that's something to be cognizant of. I think that you also need to understand that if you're going to be throwing your name in the hat to be a board of director or a member of the board of directors for your condominium, is that you need to understand that you, in that capacity, will be acting as a fiduciary. Now, that's just a fancy word that lawyers like to use for describing these duties of care and loyalty that you have in terms of making decisions in a prudent manner for the betterment of the association. You have to put aside your own personal feelings, your own personal inclinations that you might normally make from a selfish perspective, and say what's good for the association and for my fellow unit owners. And in exercising and conducting yourself, there are legal requirements that dictate your behavior that, if you don't follow them, could open you up to potential exposure in terms of liability as well. And so there's a lot to consider. To that end, anyway, whenever someone's looking to be to join a board of directors, they should also ask themselves, does the association have the right type of insurance coverage in place, namely directors and officers liability coverage, and what does that look like? Yes, I'm going to do my best to make decisions on behalf of the association that I think are smart and are well reasoned and well thought out. If I happen to get be on the other side of a claim from someone that thinks or that disagrees with the job I'm doing, is there protection for me? And what does that look like?
Hey, Matt, just get into the increasing maintenance fees, because I remember I used to live in a condo. Every January or December, I might get a notice like, hey, your fees are increasing in January, of the following year. So when it comes to a decision to increase the fees? How does that work? Is there, do they have several meetings and then the board are the sole decision maker collectively? Are there any other way for the other condo owners to say, you know what, I object. We don't need, we have enough reserves. We don't need to increase the fees. Can you talk a little bit about that process?
Sure. Every condominium is going to handle it a little differently depending on their yearly cycle and whether they operate on a fiscal year or a calendar year. But generally speaking, most times the annual budgeting, it happens annually, the budgeting process. And many associations like the ones we're talking about, that are hundreds of units together, are going to have a managing agent involved to assist with the annual budgeting process, the planning for what the maintenance fees are going to go towards in the following year's operating budget versus setting aside in reserve funds for potential future capital improvement projects or repair work that's coming down the pike. So that does tend to happen on an annual basis. Now, if you are a unit owner that does not have a direct voice as a member of the board of directors, your way to participate in that process is to actively attend the scheduled board meetings, certainly attend your annual association meeting, whereby you talk about certain aspects and you vote the board of directors on. But ultimately, that decision rests with the board of directors to adopt the budget for the following year. Now, there's nothing that requires, well, there are certain technical requirements about how much money you need to set aside to be considered fully funded for your reserves. And there are certain things to look at. But generally speaking, the board of directors has pretty wide discretion to say whether maintenance fees should increase or not. Now, because costs and the costs of operating and maintaining property tend to go up, as we all know, it's obvious, those maintenance fees are likely to go up as well. And so even if things go well, it's very rare to see a situation where maintenance fees are going to be kept flat for even a year, even 2 years. They're likely to increase even by a small percentage, whether that's 2%, 3% every year. And now every now and then, if you have an unanticipated budgeting expense, or let's say something happened, a big plumbing issue happened in your high-rise building and they have to replace the plumbing, the pipes throughout. That's a big, capital repair project that's going to cost a lot of bucks. And so sometimes the associations don't have that money set aside. And then what happens is that you might, if you're owning a condo, you might find yourself getting a letter saying, hey, we're going to have to charge you a special assessment, which is basically a special, I don't want to call it a fine, but a charge to say, look, we're going to need, whether it's $5,000, $10,000 from each unit owner because we have this unbudgeted expense that we weren't anticipating. And so again, I'm not trying to scare people away from condo ownership. There's a lot of upside, but those are things that can happen. And it can be a very divisive issue among unit owners when there's disagreement about, do we need to raise the maintenance fees or not? And, I'm aware of situations where unit owners have been unhappy. And when you're looking at, is this a right condominium project for me, whether that's the high rise or any other sort of condominium property regime, one of the things to consider is, what does the financial picture look like for this association? Are they well funded? Have they been well managed over the last 10 years? Those are questions you should be asking as part of the purchasing and the transaction, prior to closing, so that once you close on this unit, that you can expect to be a part of a well-operated, a well-oiled machine for that particular association.
That's super good advice. I think that anyone should consider, because there's, like anything else, there's pros and cons, right? But as you're talking about some of the other sides to condo ownership, it kind of brings up, segueing over to disputes. In your experience, what kind of disputes have you seen arise with condo associations or condos in general, condo ownership?
Sure. The disputes can vary like they can with any industry. When you've agreed basically to share ownership of property with others, especially on some of these larger projects where you might be in an association with several hundred members that you're one of them, inevitably, you've basically chosen a life where you're touching more people, more third-party contractors. Your association ends up having employees, whether it's security guard or people to help you maintain the property. And so a bunch of different types of disputes. You see some of them here on the screen. You'll have disputes between owners about silly, things as trivial as noise complaints. Oh, I don't like that the guy upstairs is exercising too loud and jumping up and down, and I'm gonna make a claim against him and you find yourself in a dispute. Vendors is an example would be, the maintenance company or the company that maintains the elevators, if they're not doing a good job and we got to hire the association's lawyer to write them a letter. People don't necessarily realize that if you're a member of a larger association, you're likely to have actual employees that are employed by the association like an employer, and therefore you find yourself having to comply with labor laws and things like payroll taxes. And then finally, the owner association disputes are are pretty common in the sense that that's kind of what we were talking about, Will, when we're talking about an owner that might not like the direction that the board of directors is taking the property, and say, I object, or I don't like this, and you find yourself embroiled in either a dispute whereby an owner is saying to the board, I think you've done something wrong, or I think you've gone beyond the power that you're delegated under our bylaws. But the disputes are wide ranging, and I do think it's an important consideration. It's hard for me to sit here and say that just because you live in a condominium versus owning a single family zoning parcel that you're then likely to have more disputes in your life. So I'm not saying that necessarily, although I do think that by owning property this way, just because there's more necessary interaction with others, it's perhaps more likely than not, in another situation.
Understood.
So, in terms of, so let's say that example, noise complaint from your upstairs neighbors. The kids are too loud, the baby's crying, or something, or the treadmill is too loud, and you file a complaint with the association. So what happens next between owners?
It depends on the process that's outlined in that associations or condominium property regimes, house rules, or their governing documents. A lot of well-written condo declarations or house rules will explain the procedures very clearly about, hey, if you need to make a complaint, this is what happens. Now, in the condominium statute, there is required or mandatory mediation for certain types of disputes, namely those disputes that involve kind of the interpretation or enforcement of the governing documents. That's what we refer to as the declaration, the bylaws, the house rules. If your dispute with a unit owner or the board of directors or the property's managing agent has to do with interpreting or enforcing those documents, the applicable statute in Hawaii requires that you first go through mediation. In other words, you wouldn't be going to filing a formal lawsuit against anybody. You might be starting that process with a complaint to the board of directors, and then you might find yourself in a mandatory mediation setting. Now what that means, it can take many different forms, but generally speaking, mediation just involves two parties agreeing to have a third party neutral involved to help them see kind of the other side's perspective and see whether the parties might be able to negotiate towards a resolution that would kind of nip things in the bud, hopefully. And if not, is there a way to negotiate some sort of compromise where both parties can live with, even if it's not their first choice, right? I think that in mediation, it's important to understand that no party, if mediation is successful, no party is likely to get what they want, because that's antithetical to the idea of compromising. But if both parties are open to the idea of giving a little to accomplish solving a problem and moving forward, then I think mediation can be really, really useful. And like I said, in certain instances, you're not going to have a choice anyway. You're going to be compelled to do that if you think you have a problem with somebody.
So as a parent of multiple children, I can see how I am a mediator like on a daily basis, basically. But how does that differ from arbitration?
So mediation, arbitration people might hear those words kind of coupled together a lot, and that is because they're both what lawyers talk about being alternative dispute resolution processes, but they are very different. Mediation involves negotiating with a third party in a non-binding manner, whereas arbitration is more like a trial, what you might think of as a trial in a courtroom, except it happens privately. It happens outside of the courtroom. An arbitrator, instead of a judge, listens to your case, listens to the evidence you want to put on, and makes a decision about who's right or wrong and what the remedy might be. And so what's interesting about these types of disputes is that the same type of disputes that are subject to mandatory mediation under Hawaii's condo statute are also subject to mandatory arbitration as well. So if mediation fails and the parties don't reach a resolution, you might be compelled to go through this next step of arbitration as kind of a compelled next step. What's different about the arbitration that's contemplated under Chapter 514B versus other types of binding arbitration is that you do have a statutory right for what lawyers call a trial de novo, which just means if you don't like the outcome of the arbitration, you do have the ability to actually proceed to court and challenge that. There are certain hoops you have to jump through, and there's certain risk associated with that that are probably well beyond the scope of today's discussion. But that's an interesting tidbit. Whereas many times in a commercial context or in any number of different contexts, if you submit a dispute to arbitration, that result's going to be binding in a sense that you're not really going to have a right to go to court after, except for a very, very limited basis. Whereas under the statute in Hawaii, the condo statute, it does contemplate you being able to request a new trial, basically, and saying, you know what, I don't like how this arbitration went, and I'm going to move forward. Now, hopefully, having gone through mediation and then the arbitration, you would hope that people would find a way to say, this is enough already, and I'm done with it. And I think that's why the statute is set up that way, to make people, to save our court system from having a gazillion complaints filed by unhappy unit owners or other aspects of condominium ownership. But there is that ability anyway to kind of have a trial de novo if it comes to that.
Well, this has been a super educational experience for us, Matt. We so much appreciate it. And, if there's any last words for a viewer about dispute resolution, condo ownership, I'm going to put you on the spot like we did on, used to on the basketball court. Any last words for our viewers?
No, I mean, I would just say this, if you're going to be owning a condominium, and if you're going to be, I don't want to plug attorneys necessarily, but seek legal advice about if you're unsure about the implications of owning a condo, what your obligations might be. If you're on a board of directors and you're not sure whether you're exercising your business judgment or fiduciary responsibility correctly, there are attorneys in town that specialize in that area, and I would encourage everyone to contact their lawyer to get some help if needed.
And how would they reach you?
Me? I think.
Oh, there you are. Right with your contact info.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you so much, Matt.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm happy to have participated, and I love your guys' logo. It's awesome, like I told you before, and I really appreciate the opportunity. And thanks for having me.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Matt. Aloha.
Take care.
Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Well, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, there's the social impact and their, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of batteries still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the stability, reliability, and resilience of our electricity grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability before, so the mass deployment of storage technologies creates new functionalities, including a pathway to a decarbonized grid. So what is it going to take to realize the future potential of energy storage systems? Most of today's energy storage technologies store energy for just a few hours. However, the clean grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material costs and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage technology must lead the way in providing underserved communities with reliable access to clean, affordable electricity. The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, and domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver lower cost, longer duration energy storage. We're providing technical assistance and decision-making tools to utilities, state regulators, and communities on how to effectively deploy storage to meet their unique needs. We're investing in state-of-the-art facilities, developing novel testing and validation capabilities, and supporting at-scale deployments to boost industry support for new storage technologies. We're studying batteries under extreme operating conditions to gain a better understanding of why systems fail and how to predict failure before it occurs. Our breakthroughs in energy storage technology will ensure a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. Storage will play a key role in powering our country with clean, reliable energy. It's a big goal, and we're up for the challenge. Join us on our mission to support energy storage and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, and these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
Aloha. Thanks for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is about politics. Politics are not all local anymore. If you hadn't noticed, elections have gone national, and most of us regularly get email from candidates who are running in other states asking for money or support. Indeed, these candidates and political organizations are asking strangers in distant states for help because they think we can help them. And yes, maybe we can. Sometimes they're in battleground states that have national importance and really need to hear from us. Sometimes they just need to get money from outside because they can't raise enough at home. The bottom line is that congressional elections, and even some state elections, have become national. You shouldn't just delete the email you get from candidates in other states. It's worthwhile to take a look at it and figure out who these candidates are, and what they stand for. Reading the newspaper could help. Then maybe you can decide which ones are worthy of your support, and possibly even consider giving them some money. We need to refresh the composition of Congress. It's increasingly clear that there are some real bums in Congress, especially in the Senate. We need to throw them out, and the only way we can do that is by recognizing this reality and making contributions to worthy congressional candidates running in other states. Maybe this can ameliorate the problems with the Electoral College and the 2-senator per state rule. In a way, contributions are kind of like voting, aren't they? Voting is good, but remember there are a number of red states where the GOP has passed legislation to reverse the popular vote and turn the system upside down. Of course, you can only vote in your own state. If you want to have an effect on what happens in other states, the best way, the only way, is to give money to the candidates you like. Sure, you can travel to the mainland and walk door to door, or get on a phone bank from home. You can also send mass mail or mass email if you have the resources, but that could be expensive. It's much more efficient to do the research, get on the internet, and send a few bucks to the candidates of your choice, wherever they are. If they can do it on the mainland, we can do it from here. Thanks so much for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media, like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, there's the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or
Aloha, welcome to American Issues Take One. I'm Tim Apicelli, your host. And today's title is Mega GOP Set to Disrupt the Federal Government. Let's just go through some of the quick examples of what the Mega GOP is up to. Number one, we all know that they're trying to impeach President Biden. Doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence to back that up, but there they go. Number two, they're blocking all military promotions. That's Senator Tuberville. And that's been going on for some time. That is not helping the military one bit by leaving this void of promotions in place. They decry the law agencies, the FBI, the Department of Justice. Formerly, the GOP used to be very supportive of law enforcement. Not anymore, not with the GOP that's run by the megas. They're trying to shut down our current government right now in 4 days, trying to make sure that there's no passage of a continual budget. And we'll see what happens by Saturday. Last but not least, remember when they tried to stop the federal debt, the federal government from paying its debt obligations, the federal ceiling, they tried to stop that. These are just a few examples of what the mega GOP is up to, the wrecking ball of the GOP, I call it. And with that, I have my co-host, Jay Fidell, and we're going to discuss this topic. Good morning, Jay.
Morning, Tim. It's a topic that should scare all of us, because when you draw the line between all those things you mentioned, I mean, some of them have a little hope, most of them have no hope. When you draw the line between them, you connect the dots between all those things, what you get is a group of people who are kidding around. It's a disaster. They're like teenagers, adolescents, pubescents. And what they're doing, if you connect the dots, is they're trying to disrupt and destroy the federal government in some kind of bizarre, misguided attempt to advance some kind of ideology, although it's hard to say what that ideology is, because a lot of the pieces you described are inconsistent with each other. The thing is, the bottom line is it's destructive. And, I'll tell you, when I think about that, I think that January 6th was not the last attempt by this bunch of clowns to, turn over the election, to destroy representative government and democracy in this country. And now what I see when I look at the Capitol building, as I see the same thing happening within the chambers by the people who were elected to, develop public policy and run the country. And what they're doing, Tim, is they're having another insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different kind of insurrection, but it's actually more dangerous because they've stopped everything. They're standing in the road on all public policy, and they are not to be forgiven for that, but that's what they're doing. I guess you could say that they're also trying to bring down Biden in the same way that the insurrection tried to bring down Biden. So what we have, in my view, is a continuing insurrection. This is a little different, but it's the same idea.
Well, I think that's a great point. And let's look at the driver of this clown car, since you referred to them as clowns, and you're not the only one that's done that lately. Let's look at the driver of the clown car and a willing participant in this, and that's the driver is also known as Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. He's quoted to say this recently: "This is a new concept of individuals that just want to burn the whole place down." Wow, pretty forceful comment, I think. Very responsible to say something like that. Yet, today we know that the Senate has passed a continual resolution to keep the government open for the next few weeks till they work out all these differences. And what does Kevin McCarthy, the driver of the clown car, do? He's telling people he swiftly rejects the Senate budget proposal, and he won't even allow it to hit the floor for discussion or debate. Now, I don't know. Which Kevin McCarthy are we dealing with here today? The one that says this is a bunch of individuals trying to shut the government down and imply that they're irresponsible, or for being the irresponsible clown car driver that says, let's shut down the government?
Well, you look at the effect of what he's doing, and he's trying to shut the government down. Now, the reason I think for Kevin McCarthy may not be the same as the reason for some of the others. Kevin wants to hold on to his job as the speaker, and his group, what do you call it, the Freedom Caucus, the really right-wing ultra conservatives who are somehow running the House, are telling him to do that or he loses his job as speaker. What I find interesting is his job is more important than the country. I guess he gets a lot of perks and benefits by being in that position. Maybe he enjoys the ostensible power, but in fact, he's only doing it for his own self-interest. And so that's why you get this inconsistency between what he says and what he does.
Well, it's interesting.
You have to look at the Freedom Caucus and who's there, and what the mechanics are on the Freedom Caucus. You also have to look at the other Republicans in the House who form the majority in the House. They're letting those guys do it. They're going along as they have in the past. And so you have the crazy clowns running the clown car, and then you have all the other clowns sitting on the sidelines letting him do it. And that points a huge accusatory finger at the Republican Party, at the GOP. It's not just the clowns. It's all.
True. Well, you mentioned the Freedom Caucus, and right now the Freedom Caucus consists of about 20 members of the House. And there's about 200 non-MAGA GOP representatives in the House. So you have 20 holding 200 hostage, but not just the 200. You have 20, and of that 20, about 5 of them, Matt Gaetz, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Boebert, and Andy Biggs, you have a few of them that are holding the entire nation hostage. I'm not talking about just Democrats or independents, but also other Republicans hostage by this insistence of shutting down the government, not because they're not getting what they want, is they just want to shut it down. They want, I think, in my opinion, they just want to be the wrecking ball of Congress. And the more they can destroy, the better for it. And part of that will be, Biden. That's part of the agenda. But I think it's democracy and the republic itself that they're aiming for. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I find it adolescent. They're going to tear the whole house down just to be able to stamp their feet and have a little fit, and looking for attention, Tim. They're looking for attention. And what does that remind you of? That reminds you of Trump. That reminds you that Trump is really the one who's giving him the signals. It's not even a dog whistle. He's telling them straight out what to do, and they're doing it. And they're all acolytes. They are completely proselytized, and they don't exercise any independent thought or any concern for the country or the Republican Party, for that matter. They're just following Trump's signals. But I blame Trump for having elevated these guys and having created the Freedom Caucus and this kind of insanity. It reminds me of the inmates at the asylum of Sharondan. The inmates are running the asylum here. How did they get into that position? Well, Trump has some skills in putting them together and making them as powerful as they are somehow. But they're all nothing. All of them, all the ones you mentioned in the Freedom Caucus and the rest of them, they're all nothing. They have no idea what public policy is. They have no idea what they swore an oath to do. They have no idea about protecting the country. And when they stand there in front of all these American flags, claiming by implication to be patriotic, they're not in the least patriotic. They're adolescents stamping their feet and having a little fit. I find it amazing that the American democracy is running up against this brick wall.
I would agree that, we could easily point a finger at the obvious, and that is these 5 knuckleheads that have no sense of an oath to office to the Constitution. Their oath is to Donald Trump, which is very similar to what people do for dictators. They file an allegiance to the individual and not to the principles behind the nation, the rule of law, or the Constitution. So it's easy to point a finger at these guys. What about the enablers? I'm thinking of Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, who knows better, who knows the rule of law, who knows the Constitution inside and out. He used to be a JAG attorney, used to be, right-hand friend and advisor with John McCain, who would roll in his grave right now if he saw what was going on with the House and the GOP party and how it's turned into this MAGA Trump worship group. He just said recently, putting our military at risk doesn't help anything. He's referring to Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, and the withholding of promotions. So we have people like Lindsey Graham who come in and out of supporting the MAGA GOP, then criticizing the MAGA GOP on almost every issue. Yet when there's an outrageous comment or behavior that's reported in the news, he's silent. He's actually mum. He doesn't raise objections. He goes, well, I just don't want to comment on something like that. What do we do about these enablers? It's 7 years into it now, 6 years into these enablers that have allowed the mega GOP to take the party over. What do we say about these enablers?
You remind me of an incident that happened years ago. I was sitting with a guy who was somewhat political in the Plaza Club in the Pioneer Plaza having lunch. And a sitting legislator in the state house, state senate, came over to us and said, I haven't been able to garner any interest from the public, from the newspapers, the media, and thus from my constituents in my district. Do you guys have any suggestions about how I could make a splash and garner some interest by my constituents and the media? I said, what kind of a stupid question is that? Make a splash? How about actually doing some constructive policy? How about addressing the issues that concern our community? But that's the distinction. They're not looking to address the issues that confront the country. They're looking to make a splash. And that's what I think in large part drives them. Especially including Lindsey Graham, because you couldn't count on him for sticking with what he said yesterday till today and till tomorrow. I mean, he's a chameleon. He's a chameleon that changes colors while you watch instantaneously. He's not the only one, but he's a clear example of that. So what you have is people in Congress who want to stay in Congress. What you have is people who are making enough money, getting enough perks, or maybe some graft and corruption too, who knows. And they want to continue that. And they're not there, to serve the country or to perform the obligations of their oath. I don't know what to say about that, Tim. I would say that they're misguided, misinformed, miseducated, and they have no idea what they're doing. And somehow the machinery in this country has allowed them to get elected. And part of that is this strange connection between money and votes. In the old days, when Mr. Smith went to Washington, it wasn't about money. It was about saying the right thing, doing the right thing, being a person of character and consistency. But we don't care about that anymore. You could take the side of a cow and elect them to Congress, and nobody would know the difference. One more story, and I'll stop. When I got into high school, okay, they had the student organization elections, and all the girls on the cheerleading squad were dancing for him. His name was Chester Brewski. He was by far the most popular candidate for president of the student organization. And there were, mimeograph sheets all over the walls and everywhere in the high school, extolling his virtues. And everybody was so convinced this guy was so popular and so talented, they had to vote for him. They never actually asked the question of what he stood for or whether they had ever met him, but they voted for him. And he won in a sweeping landslide. And at the end of that election, when the dean of the school went around looking for him, looking for Chester Brewski, does that name make you a little suspicious?
Since I like to drink brewskis now and then, yes.
No, that was the point. They couldn't find him. There was no Chester Brewski. The machinery in the high school elected him, even though he did not exist. And I think you could elect the side of a cow in Congress, and he would be completely unqualified, completely incompetent, and completely inappropriate. For that matter, he doesn't have to exist. We just package him, and we get all those consultants and media experts and all that. We elect him, even if he is the side of a cow. And I think Congress is filled with the side of a cow.
Well, or Chester Brewskis. A gaggle of them. You know, Jay, I want to bring up a name here because
look at George DeSantos, huh? Okay.
Definitely a Chester Brewski.
He could be lying his way into office, you know.
Yeah, I haven't heard about him much lately, but I've been gone. Let me throw out a name here that announced that he was leaving the Senate. A voice for the last 6 years of what I would call the old GOP of politics, a voice of ethics, a voice of trying to work with the other side to get things done, to put in policies that are for the betterment of the American public. And that would be Mitt Romney. On his swan song interview I think it was in his office, he didn't have a lot of good things to say about the Republican Party anymore. He didn't have anything certainly good to say about Donald Trump. And he basically, in his 5 to 10 minute interview, said Donald Trump is the source of all problems for the GOP and the acolytes, which you refer to, the lackeys of the GOP, the mega GOP. Any thoughts about Mitt Romney leaving the Senate? He still has a year left before he exits. Do you think he can do anything in his one short year of tenure?
Well, first, I don't think that much of him, because he was trying to suck up to Trump for a long time. He thought that was his way to power, and so he's a man who is not consistent. He may have moments of clarity, and maybe this soundbite was a positive statement.
He's one of one who voted for his impeachment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. But I don't think Romney has done what we needed. I don't think Romney ever did really have the ability to lead this country, even though he had hoped to a couple times. That's one thing. But the other thing is, you see him dropping out, and you say, why? This guy has an appetite for political power. Why is he dropping out? And it's because he can't get anywhere, because he thinks he's going to be attacked by the Trump faction for having attacked them. It's that same thing that, Anne Applebaum wrote in The Atlantic in that really important article where she made a parallel between the Trump mechanisms and the mechanisms of the communists, including Vladimir Putin, in post-war Eastern Europe, where they were afraid to leave. And they had these incredible rationalizations. If I stay around, maybe I can do something. Or if I leave, I will lose my power and my perks. In the case of Romney, I mean, I don't know exactly why he's leaving, but I'm suspicious that it's for self-interest rather than benefit of the country. If he cared for the country, he would stay around and do stuff and be a voice for rationality. But he's not doing that. He's leaving it open, and maybe it's because the Trump faction told him he has to get out now, and they want to elect someone else or appoint someone else in his stead. I don't know what it is, and his time is up, and so somebody is bossing him around. That's a possibility. Suffice to say that I don't think it's a great loss because I think he's been inconsistent and he has not demonstrated the badges of leadership that he might have.
You know what? At the beginning of the show, I mentioned some specific things that look like wrecking ball activity against the federal government and/or things that are just out of the norm to impeach somebody out of the midair without any evidence. By the way, today's the trial, I think, for the first impeachment hearing, and those who are appearing are not connected at any point of testimony for evidence. That's kind of odd. So let me ask you this question, Jay. What is the overreaching goal of the MAGA GOP at this point? Is it to destroy the democracy as we know it, or is it just to make Biden look bad so that he doesn't become president, or is it a combination of multiple things that we haven't mentioned yet in this program?
It's those two things. It's a combination of what you mentioned, pull the rug out from under Biden on everything, attack him on everything. It's also to destroy the government as we know it. As I said, that you connect the dots, that's what you get. But the third thing, which you didn't mention, is to get Trump back in office no matter what. And they're responding to Trump. It's interesting that he's part of the formula for the phenomenon that you described. And that without him, if he was off the stage for any reason, query whether that formula would continue to exist, whether they would continue to do these bizarre and destructive things. But I think it's all three, Tim. It's destroying the democracy because they don't know or care about that. They figure their prospects are better if there is no democracy. It's attacking Biden so he doesn't get votes. And it's elevating Trump to another term. Those three things. Mm-hmm. It has nothing to do with serving the country.
Well, let's take the temperature of the GOP here on an example I want to bring out. We have Senator Menendez, who has some very serious criminal charges. He's now indicted. And you have seen a chorus of Democrats in the Senate, outside the Senate, call for his immediate resignation, saying that this is not good for the party and it's not good for the country with these type of allegations. We just had a New York judge tell Trump that you are nothing but a fraud and you are guilty of fraud. I mean, we'll have the formal trial on Monday, but since it's a bench decision from one judge and no jury trial, it's just a matter of how much he's going to have to pay the state of New York. And yet we hear crickets from every member of the GOP about this judge's decision that he is guilty of fraud, financial fraud and fraud against the state of New York. Does that illustrate it any better of where we are between the Democrats and the Republicans as far as taking responsibility for their own?
No, I think you make a good point. Menendez has to go, and the Democrats are being honest and fair and square. And he hasn't been tried, and I suppose he could get off like he did the last time. But there seems to be plenty of evidence in that indictment to suggest that he did it, just as he did the last time with a hung jury. So I think that's to the credit of the Democratic Party that they're honest and they're living in another time, a time when character and honesty were more important to members of Congress. But the Republicans are always going to deny. They're going to deny the truth. This is what we should have.
That's not the old Republicans. I mean, I remember Republicans standing up and saying, enough's enough. I remember when all the pages were being molested by both Democrat and Republican senators and representatives. Both parties spoke up and said, this is an outrage, get out. And they did. They were successful of rooting out these bad politicians who are preying on high school and early college, interns?
It's changed. The Republican Party is not what you remember it to be and what I remember it to be. It's not a kind of mirror image, the other side of the aisle identity as the Democrats. They retain this historical quality that they have and demonstrate in the case of Menendez. But the Republicans are all together. The wagons are circled. They're all lined up, and they're all going to tell lies and deny the truth and enable those who tell lies and deny the truth. Not every single one of them, but frankly, if I was a Republican, I'd find a way to get off that approach. I'd switch or I'd get out, or I'd speak up. I'd say these people are out of their minds. What about their oath of office? They deny the truth. And that's what made it possible to knock off the first impeachment and the second impeachment. That's what made it possible for Trump to do all his bizarre things and gutting the government and all the machinations in the Oval Office and, denying the election, the insurrection. It's the enablers that let him do that. And the enablers, primarily, if not exclusively, GOP. So over the past few years, the GOP has been gutted. It has changed completely. It's like when they stand in front of the 27 American flags. It doesn't mean they're patriotic. It doesn't mean that they stand for the principles of the Republican Party as we used to know it. They're a different lot now, and they're masquerading as Republicans.
Moving forward into the election season of 2024, do we see what you just said as a primary communication piece or slogan about the oath of office and care to the Republic and care to the Constitution? Does that become a major issue of this election coming up? Or is it pushed in the background and something else takes the day, like the economy? Or to what degree will your loyalty to the oath of office and preservation of the Republic be a major issue of this 2024 campaign?
It is for you and me, and to a lot of Democrats, but it's one hand clapping. The Republicans aren't going to take that position. They'll distract and deny, and they'll avoid the issue. And they'll be talking about how Hunter Biden is a bad person and Joe Biden didn't get anything done. They'll be talking about all the issues that try to make him look bad. They will not be talking about preserving the Republic. They will not. I promise you that. I'll bet you money that. You won't hear a word from them about that because they don't care about that. They care about knocking Biden off out of office. So
does it become a main talking point for the Democrats?
Yeah, but the Democrats are frankly weak. They're not well organized. They don't know how to present their views. We talked while you were traveling, we talked about the platforms of the various parties. And the Democratic platform gives you eye strain, and it's not really persuasive to the average person uncommitted. In this very, very long national Democratic platform, there's not enough discussion about that very issue, about saving the country. There's no discussion about the fact that we are in a democratic five-alarm fire. The word Ukraine is mentioned like once. Even the word Trump. They should be out there telling us what's really going on here. And they're not. They're not well led. Sorry. And that could cost them the election. Because Biden is so passive on so many things. He's not able to light a fire among the American electorate.
You mentioned in a couple of sentences the Democratic Party in a pretty good summarization. That's weak, disorganized, and dispassionate leadership. To what degree do we see the cavalry riding over the hill called the Lincoln Project? They were very influential in the 2020 midterm elections. They were quite effective in that election. Do they come back up as a shining star for the Democrats and actually make some inroads as far as how people are thinking about the country, the Constitution, and the rule of law?
Very subjective, Tim. And there's this guy, I think his name is Schmidt. He's very good on the Lincoln Project. And I see him once in a while, not necessarily as a representative of the Lincoln Project, but as someone who is a really good speaker and who can, tell it like it is. But the Lincoln Project itself has lost its mojo, where, before, for the last, the midterms, I guess, you saw a lot of that. And for the 2020 election, you saw a lot of that, a lot of Lincoln Project. And it was impressive to see Republicans get up there and tell the truth. And, I enjoyed that just for the fact that there were some Republicans who felt that way. But I don't see them anymore. Seems like they run out of gas or money or both. So I'm not sure they're going to make a difference in 2024. Sorry.
Okay. Last question. I think we're out of time. How much more mayhem, other than the things we've talked about and I've listed in the first part of the show, how much mayhem and against our government does the mega GOP get away with, and what future attempts do you see on their horizon?
Well, once in a while you see an article written. Usually it's an opinion piece, a thought piece about what happens if Trump or the like win and representative government is undone, which we're in the process now of having that happen around us. And I don't understand why, but I don't think that people understand what it means to lose democracy. They don't understand what life is like in terms of their own civil rights, their own opportunities, their ability to get information about what the government is doing or not doing, and therefore what the government is doing to help and save and protect them. I guess, I don't know if law school helps, but certainly history helps. To see what happened in Eastern Europe back after the war, to see what's happening now in Putin's Russia. The fact is that if we lose this, our lives on this planet are going to be very different and we won't like it. I think the most scary aspect of it is the children. Just as Putin has kidnapped thousands of children into Russia, what do you think he does with them? He puts them in little Russian uniforms and in a classroom with a teacher who teaches them, this is on the record, who teaches them how to hate Ukraine, and thus how to hate their parents, and thus how to hate the culture they came from. That's what Hitler did. He recreated, the generations. And I think the scariest thing that we face is not only the loss of the media, the loss of free expression, the loss of civil rights as preserved in the Constitution or as articulated in the Constitution, not necessarily preserved. What I worry about is when the kid goes to school and the teacher says, if your parents are talking down the Freedom Caucus, you have to tell us. You have to come report them. And if your colleagues and your bosses are talking down the GOP and the MAGAs and Trump, you have to come and tell us. And then what happens is the government is used as a weapon focused on anybody who is reported. And that's the scariest part of all if you lose freedom of speech, democracy, representative government. And I think people don't realize it, but I think that's where we're headed.
All right. We'll leave it right there, Jay, because those are wise words to end with and certainly food for thought. And I hope everyone listening to this show actually considers your words and thinks hard on them. So with that, I'd like to thank you, Jay Fidell, for being my co-host on this show. Join us next week for American Issues Take One. And I'm Tim Apicella, your host. And until then, aloha.
Ikeda.